And hello everyone, good afternoon. I'm Stuart, Conquest, here with me, Anna Muzychuk. Anna, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And we are here live, Riga, Latvia, for the round six of the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. Lots of excitement to look forward to this afternoon, Anna, I'm sure. And first of all, the formats. That's the format of the women's section, 11 rounds, of course, 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, then 30 minutes for the rest of the game, 30 seconds increment. And a quicker time control, Anna, than for the open section.
Yeah, before I go to the time control which we have in the open section, we can see yesterday's result. And only 4 draws on the top 10 boards. It's between Nana Zagniza and Lei Tingye, Harika Dornovala and Nana Pogonina. Vantika against Jansai Abdulmalik and Valentina Gunin against Olga Gira, but also 6 decisive results. 4 wins for white and 2 wins for black.
Absolutely, lots of fighting chess and decisive results there. Those are the current standings. We have 5 players tied on 4 out of 5. Nino, Elizabeth, Xujina, Lei Tingye and Jolanta. 2 Chinese there, Anna, sharing the lead.
Right, and 4 players just half a point behind with 3.5 after 5.
Great, and those are the top pairings in the women's section. So Lei Tingye from China plays the Polish player Jolanta Zawadzka, and then brought to another Chinese player, Xujina. I think she's only 18 years old, Anna, against Germany's Elizabeth Petz. Elizabeth winning a great game yesterday. And you can see there on your screens the other pairings, including your sister, Maria, playing Nana today.
Yeah, big fight in that game, I believe. And here is the format in the open section and the time control. You can see that it's longer. 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, then 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, followed by 15 minutes for the rest of the game. And of course, 30-second increments starting from move 1. Those
are the results from yesterday, the top 10 results there from yesterday's round. And just 3 decisive results, 2 black wins for Alexei Shirov and Yevgeny Najer. And also Fabiano winning very convincingly there against England's David Howe. And Anna, those are the current standings?
Yeah, we can see 3 players leading with 4 points out of 5. They are Alireza Firuza, Evgeny Nair, and Alexei Shirov. But there are 14 players with 3.5 points out of 5. So it's a big group who are just following following their footsteps.
Absolutely following their footsteps. And here we have the top boards, pairings for today, round 6. So look at that, Alexei Shirov, Riga-born, local man, Latvian of course, but he represents Spain, playing white against Alireza Firuza. That's going to be a fantastic game to watch. On board 2, Yevgeny Najer versus Fabiano Caruana, and all the other top pairings there you can see on your screens. Lots of excitement and action to come, no question about that. Anna, what about voting for people's results?
Yeah, it's my favorite part, and it's only in the beginning of the round. So here you can see the video on how you can vote. Just find the tournament and select the game you would like to vote for. You can vote on any game you wish and try to predict the result. If you are right, you will be eligible to win the prize.
Great, and you must do that, Anna, within the first 10 moves of the game, correct?
Yeah, so please be fast with that, because quite often the grandmasters, they play the first moves quite quickly. So yeah, the voting ends after black plays its 10th move.
Brilliant. Okay, so we're going to take a very short break, and we'll be back then with the players arriving and the start of the round 6. So we'll see you very soon. Thank you.
Not my last tournament. We have 3 days later the European Team Championship. It's like
The new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
And welcome back, everyone. So here we see the players arriving for the start of the 6th round, and about 3 minutes to go, Anna, until the games begin.
Yeah, actually, it's the last round before the break. Tomorrow is the day off, and the day after tomorrow, the players will start their second half of the event.
So there, for example, is Elizabeth Petz. She has black again. She had black yesterday, Anna, didn't she?
Yeah, but I don't think she's complaining about that. As I have said yesterday, Elizabeth likes to play with black pieces, so here she is. She's again black against Zhu.
Okay, as I said in the introduction, she's only 18 years old and having a great tournament so far.
Also a handshake in the game between Alexei Shiro and Alireza Firuza. Both of the players are already almost sitting over the board, but yeah.
Who would have predicted Alexei on board 1 after 5 rounds?
I wouldn't say that it was like a very big surprise, but of course, like for Alexei, I think Alexei, he was already a top-rated, one of the top-rated players before Alireza was even born.
Absolutely, yeah. But it's great to see him up there. Obviously, a bit of a generation gap, I suppose. But Alexei's been world number 2, world number 3. And there we see Fabiano, black on board 2. He won convincingly against England's David Howell yesterday. And playing Yevgeny Nagier today, who's having a great event.
Yeah, Yevgeny also won his game yesterday with the black pieces, so it was a great result for him. So today he's playing with white, and for me it's interesting, like which strategy will he go for? Will he try to go for some sharp lines, or will he prefer to enter some more calm positions?
This is board 1 in the ladies' event. Lei Tingji from China, and she's playing Poland's Jolanta Zawadzka. Have you played Jolanta? Do you know much about her?
Yeah, many times actually. Also many times against Lei Tingji, but
Sure.
maybe more times against Jolanta.
So big game for Jolanta today. She's having a great event, and That's ball 3. Harika, who we think should have won yesterday. I know she seemed to be winning or had a great chance to win against Natalia Poganina.
Yeah, and today she plays with white pieces, so we can see that some players repeated the colors. And Nina Batsashvili, a wonderful sacrifice on h6 yesterday and a great game against Alexandra Kostyuk.
That's correct, yeah. Absolutely. One of the games of the round, actually, yesterday. Maxime, MVL, Maxime Vachilograph from France, playing Pavel Pankratov from Russia.
Yeah, I think that in this game, Maxime is the clear favorite, though it doesn't mean he will have an easy game today. He's playing with the white pieces. And let us remind you that this tournament, the players are fighting for the 2 spots for the candidates tournament in the open section, and 1 place in the women's section will also qualify to the candidates tournament.
Absolutely. So Maxime clearly has his sights set on one of those 2 qualifying places. And the games will be starting any second now.
Fabiano's opponent hasn't arrived, or maybe he has just left.
Handshakes there.
So the first move will be made by the guest on this board, perhaps. We can see Maria Emelianova, also known as Photo Chess.
I wonder what is that one of the arbiters? I wonder what he's saying there to the 2 players.
I am not sure. Maybe some reminders.
Not sure.
Okay, handshake in this
And,
game, and the first move.
I think if you're watching, you can hear the kind of ambient sound there from the playing hall. So a small discussion there. Not quite sure what we can't hear what that was about.
E4 on the board. But you know, sometimes there are some interesting stories when the invited guest plays the move on the board, but actually it's not the move that the player wants to make. So then the player brings this piece back to the starting position and plays another move.
So E4, C6, D4, and we have a Caro-Kann defense on top board. And which line has Alexei chosen?
2 days ago in his game against Darius Sverch, Alireza played Najdorf, but here he preferred Caro-Kann. I think Caro-Kann is his main opening and Sicilian is his second main choice. E5, advanced variation of the board, and
look at that, H4, 4H4. One of the most frequently seen moves in these championships, at least the games that we seem to be looking at. H4, H5 seems to come almost every game, doesn't it, Anna?
Yeah, we have seen it so often, and I believe we'll keep on seeing H4, H5 moves in this tournament. And I have to say that first move H4, after this one, the positions are usually sharper. The more calm move is, of course, knight to F3, followed by bishop B2. It's kind of the classical advanced variation. But a first move H4, also quite popular one. There is a little trick behind it. If black continues with E6, trying to finish the development in a normal way, here in this position it's not possible. It would be a big blunder due to G4, and the bishop is trapped.
There we see Yevgeny Najer just arriving up the board for his game against Fabiano. And they're adjusting his pieces, as most chess players do at the start of the game.
And I think it's good that now the players are not getting any penalties for arriving late for the game, just only if they are late for more than 15 minutes, then they lose the game. Otherwise, there are no penalties.
That's right. And in fact, we're all staying only 10 minutes walk, aren't we, from the playing venue. So there's no reason really for anyone to arrive late for the games.
Well, if you decide to take a little nap and then
Well,
maybe your alarm doesn't work at the time,
True.
and your running skills are not that great, and maybe you're late.
Did you ever oversleep for a game or miss a game in this kind of fashion?
Not yet, let's say.
Not yet.
And hopefully I will not do that. But I know there were some cases when, especially when there are different time zones, let's say when European players come to America or somewhere too far or vice versa, then actually in the first days you're not so much used, and such situations actually happen.
Well, thankfully, That hasn't happened here yet, as far as we know, in any round to any player. Good. So Alexei's playing, well, certainly not a main line, I don't think. H4, H5, and then swapping off the bishops with bishop F1 to D3.
Yeah, and Queen A5 immediately. There are basically two main moves, Queen A5 and E6. Queen A5 has been played. Now Knight to D2 and E6 on the board. Knight F3. This is all still pretty well known.
I think Alexei was world number 2 or 3 about 9 years before Alireza was even born. Just to put that into context there, as I say, the generation gap, if you like, between these two.
And today's November 1st, and we have got new ratings.
That's right, new rating list, November the 1st,
Yes,
correct.
New ratings. At the moment, Alireza Firuza is world number 9, but in the live ratings, he is already world number 5.
Wow, just from the games he's played here.
Because these games haven't been counted yet. Okay, let's quickly take a look at what's going on the other boards. So this is board number 2, Evgeny Nair against Fabiano Caruana. And not the opening I would have predicted, to be honest.
No.
So it's Sicilian. And after knight c6, it's the classical.
So
position.
Fabiano is allowing Yevgeny to take on c6, knight takes c6, b takes c6, and then pawn to e5. We had a game, didn't we, earlier in the tournament, Anna, with that system?
Fabiano played it with white pieces.
That's right.
And yeah, Fabiano went for this line, but at that time he was white.
He was white.
Now he's playing this with black pieces.
And in fact, Yevgeny has just taken on c6. How did that game go, Anna? Did black play queen? Black played bishop b7.
Yeah, bishop b7 was played
c5.
here.
I'm trying to remember who played this. Was it Ivan Saric?
Yes, Ivan Saric. Bishop b7, bishop d3, queen c7, f4, something like that. And Fabiano was pressing. He was close to win this game.
He was.
But he didn't win it in the end.
Interesting that he's playing the same variation, but with black now. I mean, that's starting anyway.
So knight c6 on the board.
Black
Well,
will
b
take
takes
with the
c6
b
will
pawn,
definitely
b
be
takes
played.
c6. And
e5 will also be played.
White will almost certainly play e5 here. I wonder how frequently Fabiano has played this for black, this line.
I don't remember any games, any Fabiano's games in this line. e5, knight d5 on the board.
And then knight e4.
And this is the first moment. Well, queen c7 we played, yeah, I think.
Queen
yeah,
c7.
Queen c7, the most classical move.
Right.
The main line after
Which
knight
more or less
e4.
forces f2 to f4, doesn't it?
True. Okay, so we'll come to this game a little bit later. How about Maxim?
I see lots of fighting openings so far. Lots of, maybe also with the free day tomorrow, people are kind of have a bit of sort of extra energy, perhaps, or feel like fighting hard today.
You know, there are two scenarios. It's like you want to have a fighting game, or you just want to have a, let's say, calm game, and then have kind of 2 rest days. So e5, advanced French, and
Okay.
6th move, bishop d3. I see that advanced French variation is becoming popular again. Somehow during the last maybe, I don't know, 5 years, we didn't see it so often on the top level, but now strong players come back to the advanced variation, so very likely some new ideas were
It's interesting, isn't it, how lines come and go in fashion. And as you say, the advanced French is now quite popular again.
So c takes d4 and castle. White is sacrificing the pawn. Bishop d7, rook e1, knight e7, and the move we would have never predicted.
h4.
h4 and h6 on the board. And both players playing quite fast. Pavel Pankratov already got 4 additional minutes due to 30 seconds increment after each move. A3 on the board.
This
Like
is
a
what they
prepared
used to call the Milner-Barry gambit, isn't it, in the advanced French, after Sir Stuart Milner-Barry, an English chess player, where white would normally have taken on d4. The modern way is not to take on d4, but as we see, to leave those pawns there. So Pavel Pankratov, he's playing the French defense against a Frenchman. What do you think about that, Heather? Is that wise?
Is it legal?
Well, it's legal. Is it wise?
I think it has nothing to do with that.
Well. So a2 to a3, interesting. Maxime playing fast.
Will we see a5 to stop before?
h4 and a3 from white. So it's pawn sacrifice for Maxime in the opening there already, and every prospect of a sharp struggle.
Yeah, I think this will be an interesting game. What about board number 4, Samuel 7 against Yu Yang Yi?
We should also check. Sorry, Anna. We should also check after this very quickly on Fabiano's game, I think, as well.
Yeah, this is just a slow opening. Fabiano, back to Fabiano's game, and
wow,
yeah,
look at that. So this is it's theory, isn't it? F4, as we said,
Queen
Queen
b6,
b6.
c4, bishop b4, king e2, f5, and now there are 2 moves: e takes f6 and knight f2. I tried both of them. E takes f6 is more sharp. Knight f2 is more solid. So knight f6, bishop e3, queen d8, knight d6, takes. Okay, this is still a well-known bishop b7. And very often on the next move, or like on one of the next moves, black plays c5, sacrificing the pawn.
There we see that Yevgeny has made a move and just stood up from the board.
I don't know which move.
But this king on e2, it's a well-known line.
Rook d1 has been played. I know that king d1 is also the move. Rook g1 is the move. Moreover, we have a nice feature on chess.com. We can check how many games have been played in this position in the past. So here we can see that there are. Let me try to count. So.
Okay, let's have a look at the
15
feature.
games.
Anna, just explain to us how it works.
Yeah, just insert the moves, set the position you wish to check. Here you can see which variation was played and which opening, and then click on the openings, and you can see what was the move that was the most frequently played. King d1, the move that was not played in the game, is the most popular in this position. But Rook d1 has also been played once, maybe even there are more games, especially if to also check the correspondence game.
Well, that's right, and Rapid and Blitz and online games of all kinds of time controls. Apparently, Yevgeny has had this position after Rook d1 at least twice before that we know about, the most recent occasion being in 2019 at the World Rapid Championships against a player who's here and who's certainly started very well, Alexei Dreyev. So he's playing a variation and a concrete position that he's already played before. Certainly Fabiano would be aware of that.
Rook d1, Rook c8 played quite quickly. Once again, black is preparing c5. This line is considered to be a very sharp one.
What about white's king in the middle there, king on e2, Anna? What can we say about that?
Yeah, if white could finish the development and put or move the king to a safer place, then of course white would have a huge advantage because of the bishop pair and all the weak dark squares. But still the king is in the center, and black will try to get counterplay, like c5, knight e4. Sometimes rook c6 is played, then black castles. Black is ahead in development, and Black will try to use that the king is still in the center.
Did you tell us that you'd played this system before for white or black? I mean, not this
For
position,
white,
but for white, yeah?
yes.
But not this line with rook d1.
No, not this one.
So rook c8 from Fabiana. He wants to play c6 to c5.
So even like last year after f5, I had a game I played online where I played knight f2 against Lala Javihashvili, and I won that game.
How did that game continue? Anna, do you remember a couple of more moves?
She played, 1 second.
Black can sometimes
She
play bishop
played
a6.
Bishop a6.
Right,
I
and then king
played
f3.
king f3. I think she played bishop. No. Somehow she played bishop c5. I think I played, but this was not a good follow-up. And then somehow she played knight e3. I played queen b3. We traded the queens, but she had problems with all these weaknesses. And
Right.
yeah, it was a rapid game in online European Club Cup.
All right, so what kind of moves do you think white should be looking at here?
I think rook g1 is considered to be the main one, if I'm not mistaken. So something like rook g1, c5, g4, and then it's quite
Wow,
unclear.
goodness me. Extremely sharp. Yeah, rook g1, I can see the sense of that. Okay.
Okay, we'll come back to it.
Definitely
yeah,
come back to it, of
definitely.
course we will.
Yeah, very
Okay,
interesting game.
let's jump around a little bit then. One or two of the other games we haven't yet seen among the top players.
So this is board number 5, Nihal Sarin against David Navarro. Okay, here we see Grunfeld with 8 move bishop b5, knight c6, and castle on the board. d5 doesn't win the piece because black has this a6 move.
And also moves like queen a5, I think.
Yeah, and also queen a5 is another possibility. Castle, I think black will castle too. Quite a solid line for white.
Yes.
This one.
Okay, then we see David at the board. So what is he hasn't castled yet, has he, Anna? He's still thinking.
No, he's still thinking.
David, one of the, I mean, maybe one shouldn't say, but one of the most polite people there are on the planet. I mean,
Very
I
kind
think
person, I
very
agree.
kind, and always stops to have a few words with everyone and shaking hands, and such a nice person to have at any tournament.
You know, a few years ago he started learning Ukrainian, and he's
Really?
very decent at it now.
Okay.
Yeah, he wrote me a couple of emails in Ukrainian.
In
And I was
Ukrainian,
just
fantastic.
shocked because I mean to learn a new language is quite a difficult task. But well, he's from Czech Republic, and he's almost fluent in Polish, and he's very good in Russian. Well, almost.
Well, he also writes impeccable English as well.
Yeah, English, German, French. I heard him speaking French.
But what made him decide to learn Ukrainian? Do you know?
I don't know. He said, okay, it's interesting. I would like to try, and I mean, you can understand many things when you know like some Slav languages,
Yes.
and then you can. Okay, you can understand more when people speak Ukrainian, but to find the correct word and to kind of learn a new language, I was deeply impressed by that. And also writing, because our writing is, well, quite different from Russian one. We
Right.
have some new letters even, so. But he wrote like almost without any mistakes. I couldn't believe.
I think he actually, David, he has a book out, came out maybe a year or two ago, because he sent me some extracts about his career, his sort of best games with stories.
I read
about-
his book.
You read his book? I
Yeah.
don't have it, but I've read the parts that he sent to me.
A very interesting one. What's the name of the book? It's like something.
You have it. Is it in English or which language do you have it in?
It's in English. I think it's also. There's also already the translation made into Russian. But I read the English version.
Right.
And the name of the book is something like, I don't know, Chess is my life. Okay, something like that.
My Life in Chess or something.
Yeah, My Life in Chess. A very interesting book. I actually recommend the viewers to read it because, there are many stories like from his life situations, how he went to the tournaments. I remember there was even a story when he was caught by the police because he entered some territory which was not allowed to enter. My Chess World is the name of the book.
My Chess World. I'm
And
sure it was completely innocent and that he was apologizing profusely to the police for whatever missteps he'd taken.
No, then after that the guys brought him to the back to the hotel. And everything was fine. But when he said, like they asked him, okay, what are you doing here? Because it's not allowed to go to this territory. And he was like, oh, well, I'm a chess player. And they couldn't believe he's a chess player. It was funny.
And which country was that? Where did that happen?
I
Do you
don't remember. Maybe in Poland. But I'm not 100% sure. But it was really funny. Yeah, and there are many other stories about his impressions.
Actually, he came to Gibraltar once or twice, and one of the, I think he wrote to me, the extracts he sent me were to do with his trips to Gibraltar and one or two things, nice things he'd written,
Yeah, he wrote something about Gibraltar. I remember there was definitely something about Gibraltar. And besides all that, he also annotated many of his games, and he wrote about his thoughts during the game and what he thinks about these positions now. And what is surprising, I mean, usually when chess players decide to write a book, they bring just their best games and their wins, or maximum a draw. Yeah, but actually in his books there were many games which he lost. So he didn't mind showing some great games played by his opponents, which were interesting for him.
Actually, I think he has also a new book out, David, co-written with Jan Marcos, called The Secret Ingredients. So I don't know about that book.
No, this one I haven't heard about.
So I think it's only been out a couple of months. Anyway, he's taken on d4, Anna.
He's taken here first.
And then he castled. cd4, cd4, and then short castles from David Nevada. Talking of chess players and language skills, as David clearly has, that reminds me of Robert Hübner, the German grandmaster. And he also is another of these chess players who has amazing facility for learning languages. And I heard a story about him learning, I think it was Finnish, because on his Bundesliga team at that time there was Heikki Westrinen from Finland, Finnish grandmaster, who was on the same team. And as I was told this story, it may not be strictly true, but between one Bundesliga match and the next match, maybe a month later, Robert Hübner managed to teach himself Finnish, so he could speak
Finnish. As far as I know, it's a very difficult language to speak.
So he could speak to his teammate Heikki the next time they met at the Bundesliga, something like this.
Yeah, some chess players. Actually, I think that many of the chess players can speak at least 2 foreign languages. So it's kind of our common feature.
Well, we're lucky because we get to travel a lot. This chess is played all over the world, and yeah, it's true.
So this is the current position. It's still the opening. It's still theoretical position. We will definitely check this game a little bit later. Let's check what's going on the other boards. Here we have board number 6, Anton Korobov against Arjan Tari. Arjan playing really great games here.
He's doing exceptionally well.
He's doing well.
A long, hard struggle yesterday with Yu Yangyi from China. That's right, and he got the draw in the end. What can you tell us about Anton Korobov from your country, from the Ukraine? Tell us a little bit about him.
A very interesting personality. He has many hobbies.
Many hobbies?
Yes, he likes reading. He's a very creative one. And very often, like when you speak to him, when you talk with him, he's always making some jokes and always using some phrases which sound very amusing.
Okay.
So it's very funny when he's around, and people actually like him for that.
Hey, look, I hardly know Anton. He looks very sort of friendly and looks like a nice guy. So, have you ever played him?
No, I think never. But I played Aryan many years ago. Well, not so many. I think in 2016, 5 years ago, we played a tournament in London. And
In London?
yeah, and there I played against Aryan. We made a draw. I played with black pieces in Grunfeld.
In the Grunfeld. So behind there we see Sam Sevian with the blue jersey.
He's playing
On
Yu
board
Yang
4.
Yi. Right.
He's playing Yu Yang Yi?
Oh, yeah, he's playing Yu Yang Yi.
Right.
So here we have Semi-Tarsh on the board. And then it kind of transformed into some Queen's Gambit accepted line.
Right.
A6, castle b5, bishop d3. Well, a pretty known position.
Okay. With one of these isolated queen's pawn positions that we can reach from different openings with white or black. And this is where they are at the moment? Yeah? No more moves yet.
No. So what can we expect here? Some queen e2 perhaps, followed by rook d1.
Sure, bishop g5. I mean, many moves here.
Yes,
Often white retreats his
or
bishop to c2 and plays queen d3 when black is castled.
Yeah, maybe even we will see this followed by bishop g5, or at least trying to get there.
Trying to deliver checkmate on h7.
This rook will try to get here. This rook goes here, then trying to push d5 if possible.
Normally white plays for a direct attack on black's king side. And black will just want to develop and maybe put a knight on d5 and put the bishop on e7 to f6.
Black will castle, this bishop will go here, this rook will come here.
Maybe play queen d6, something like this.
Yeah.
Different setups. All right, but this promises also to be a sharp middle game. I'm liking the openings at the moment that we're seeing. The games, the openings, such as Fabiano's game as well, with the king in the middle that white has. There we see Levon wearing bright red today. I think that was him, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was Leon. And this is Alexandra Kostanyuk, I believe. Lalajvashvili.
Okay, should we choose the next game, Mana, from the open section?
Board number 7, Alexander Paretke against Krishan Sashikarian. This is Nimzo Indian.
Right.
First move e3, very classical variation. Takes. And e5. e5 is a bit new to me. Usually black plays c5, and only then black is trying to push e5. But e5 right away.
Let's also remind viewers that Aaron Nimzovich was born in Riga. So here we have his most famous opening with his name, the Nimzo Indian defense, with 3 bishop b4. So e5.
So, okay, if white takes, black takes on d1, bring the knight here, and win the pawn back on the next move. And here we have the islands.
The pawn islands, yes, we had them yesterday. Well, every day we have pawn islands, but we spoke about them.
So maybe it's not advisable for white to take on e5 immediately. I think white can try to play knight f3 or knight e2 first.
Do you also say pawn islands in Ukrainian? Or is it just in English?
Yeah.
You say the same thing?
Sometimes it's the same, but queenless middle
Queenless
game we
middle
don't
games, you don't have that in Ukrainian. No.
But we have a different one which you don't have in English.
I'm sure you have many things we don't have in English. Okay.
Okay, we'll come back to this game to see what happened after e5. Let's check what's going on
All right, we'll have one more game, quick look, and then we'll have a break, Anna. So quick look at one more game.
Marshall.
This one, good old Marshall Gambits. We had one of these early in the tournament where Black played Alexei, if he played this strange A5 move, didn't he?
He played C6, D3, and A5 now, or after Bishop D6? I think A5 now.
It was a strange game, which he finally lost, didn't he? Anyway, this game, this is the young Romanian player, Daniel Deac, or Bogdan Daniel Deac, against Armenia's Gabriel Sargsyan. And they have this position, Anna?
Yeah, this position is just a very famous one. It's already move 15, but many games have been played here.
The famous Marshall Gambit for Black in the Roy Lopez or Spanish opening. Okay, so well, like I said before, lots of exciting openings that we're seeing.
I like the start.
Yeah, the start's looking really good, and yeah, brilliant. All right, we're going to have a very short break, and then Anna and myself will be back in a few minutes to take you through the next stage of the day's play. Thanks.
Want to hold a massive chess tournament with dozens of clubs or hundreds of players? Or maybe a small chess tournament with local but competitive clubs? With Club Arenas, you can. Club Arenas allow for tournaments of any size with any number of clubs and players. Customize the arena with any time control, with standard chess or mini chess variants, and with any starting position you want. Club Arenas are the most flexible tournament format on chess.com. Try one out today.
play chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
And welcome back, everyone. It's the live broadcast from Riga. I am Grandmaster Anna Muzychuk here with Grandmaster Stuart Conquest. We are the official commentators of this event, and let's come back to the games.
Okay, so this is the game that we had followed the opening of. It's Yevgeny Nagier versus Fabiano Caruana, and a very sharp position, and he played g2 to g4, Anna.
Yeah, I spoke about the idea of rook g1 followed by g4. It's actually the same. So g4 has been played here, c5, and rook g1 is just a transposition. It could also, the same position could happen after rook g1, c5, and g4. So after that, Fabiano played rook f8, bishop g2, bishop g2. Rook g2 is the current position in this game. We see that Fabiano played all the moves very fast. He hasn't spent time. He's just playing on the increment. And yeah, it's, well, maybe there are not so many games in this position, but this position was definitely analyzed by many grandmasters with new and with the old endings. So.
But I mean, Yevgeny has also played fast, hasn't he? I mean, he hasn't spent much time.
Oh, well, he has spent like 15 minutes. And I think that he's still in his own notes. It's not like he's playing on his own. But maybe Fabiano, I feel like Fabiano is a little bit more prepared. And, well, it's definitely Fabiano who was expecting more this line to happen this game.
Could we just go back a move or two, Anna, please? Just when the bishops came off there. So when White played bishop g2.
After rook to f8.
Right, there we see Fabiano. Right.
A bishop g2 takes.
Apparently there was a game where White played 19. I think it said move 19, where White played f5 anyway. In this position.
Here f5, let me.
Between Karjakin.
There was this funny story. Yeah.
Karjakin against you. Yes, tell us.
It was played on Isle of Man. And there was Karjakin playing against Drave, if I am not mistaken, or maybe someone else. And on the next board, there was also a game between Shiro or someone, but they had exactly the same position on the board.
On
and
two adjacent boards.
Yeah, and the arbiters saw that, and they asked the players to change their places.
That's right.
Yeah, so one board
this.
was brought to a completely different
That's right.
part of the
How
hall.
strange was that? Were you there when that happened? Were you playing?
No, I didn't play in that event, but that happened on Isle of Man, like the previous Grand Swiss tournament. So, and like exactly the same line, I mean exactly up to here, all the moves like have been played.
So there were two games adjacent to each other, adjacent balls with exactly the same position.
Same position after like move 20.
Right, and so one of the, so the chief arbiter, or how did that happen? One of the arbiters sort of decided to move one of the boards?
Yeah,
Strange,
I think... well, maybe not strange, but it's also kind of strange to see two same positions playing next to each other.
All right. I remember reading about it at the time, but it's good that you remind us of that. Quite a unique case, possibly. I don't know if anything similar has happened recently, anyway, in recent events.
I think it's the only case when players were asked to move to another table and...
All right. Good story. Okay. Yeah, we'll look at that one up as well and try and get full details. So that was at the Isle of Man. But do you mean in this event 2 years ago?
Yes.
Was it right? Okay, in the Grand Swiss 2 years ago.
Or maybe it was this Isle of Man Open, which was held like... Okay, but it was quite recently, like 2-3 years ago. So it's still fresh, we still remember about it.
Anna, should we switch to the women's section? And
Let's go
have a
there.
look at the women's games. We could even, for a change, just go right down and have a look at the very bottom board or boards. Just have a quick look down there.
Ah, okay, Jessie February.
Right, okay, from South Africa.
South Africa, she had a long travel here. And this is her game against the local player, Golsta Madara. Ah, knight b2. Seems like this was missed.
This looks like a Sicilian dragon variation, doesn't it?
Yeah, dragon g6. This is still theory. g4, bishop e6, takes, castle, knight e5. What went wrong? Bishop e2, queen c8, bishop h6, knight c4. But after knight c4, almost always you have to take.
Take this, right. But the knight's very dangerous to leave the knight there.
Queen g5 is a very suspicious move.
And then black
took
on b2. This is the current position. Anna, I believe Jessie is making videos of her games here or on Twitch, or I'm not sure, streaming or something. Is that right? Do you know?
Yeah, as far as I know that like after each of her game is played, she comes back to the hotel and then she makes some short videos, like recaps about the game she has just played. Unfortunately, right now she didn't score anything. But
so just talk us through. Sorry, this position after knight takes b2. What could white play? If just show us a variation or two. If king takes knight, for example.
Knight e4 seems to be the follow-up.
Knight takes e4, right.
So f takes e4 is forced. Queen c3. King c1 is the only move so that not to be checkmated.
Checkmate.
And now it looks like everything is winning, but queen h3 looks like the most easy for me. If king b1, then queen b2. If king d2, then bishop c3, and I don't see where the king goes.
And then white will lose her queen, yeah? King will have to move up the board. And then a discovered check with bishop f6.
Okay, bad news for Jessie for this game.
There may even be more than that. There may be, well.
Nice tactics by the local player.
And could white play bishop takes g7 here?
Do you believe in white's position?
Well, no, I don't really believe in it. Knight takes
d1.
Knight takes d1 looks...
After bishop f8, knight c3, both bishops are under the attack, and also, okay, materially it's not like white is even a piece up.
Bishop takes e7, I suppose. It looks very
bishop 7, knight
unlikely
e2.
that white will get out of this. So you think that white should have simply taken the knight on c4 with her bishop, yeah, when knight came to c4?
Yeah, when the knight is here, you should always take a look at some knight b2 ideas, or when the king is on b1, some knight a3 moves, because this knight is very dangerous, especially with the bishop on g7. This diagonal, there are always some ideas. And even if there was no knight b2, the move like queen g5 looks quite suspicious. I mean, even with the queen on g5, I would still prefer to take this knight on c4.
Right. Okay, so not such a good position for her. Then it looks like she made a mistake there with not taking the knight on c4.
Bishop g7 was played, and queen to c3 instead of knight d1.
Okay.
Well, still bad. Still looking bad for white, but I just think... just a second, was there anything wrong with knight d1? If white takes on d1, black takes on g7, and black is simply exchanging pawn up.
With a safe position.
If... what could happen?
I think only bishop takes f8 is possible, really.
Yeah, bishop f6, even e takes f6, attacking on g5 and taking on c3 on the next row. This is a bit surprising, but okay. Queen c3, bishop f8. Maybe she wants to take on d1 now. Well, of course, even after rook f8, it's just a huge advantage for black because
It
the
looks
king
very
is
dangerous, doesn't it? Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, this is Madara is from Latvia. She drew, I think, with Jovanka Huska in an earlier round, didn't she?
Yeah.
Which was a good result.
a result. Okay, right at the moment, difficult situation for Jessie, but please support her because she really needs it.
I think we only have a few African players here, don't we? We have Jesse from South Africa. We have our Madagascan friend, the IM, in the open event, and also Adli, correct, from Egypt.
We also expected Wafa Shruk from Egypt, but she didn't come here.
Right.
I think she had some problems in the last minute, and
Okay, so she would have been one more.
she's not here.
Good. Okay, so let's have a look, Anna, please, at the top games in the women's events, and see how everyone's doing.
This is board number 1, Leighton Gia against Jolanta Zawadzka. Rogozin with Queen A4. We've
seen this in other games, haven't we?
a couple of times. Knight C6. Now Knight E4, E3. We have seen this in the game between Valentina Gunina and Alexandra Kostyniuk. And here we see the players on the screen. Knight C3. Yeah, there is this line where white sacrifices the pawn, but getting more space and more open position for the bishops. Queen C2 back, Knight E4, Bishop D3, castle, and white doesn't take the pawn. White doesn't play Bishop E4 and taking the pawn back, but prefer to play castle and to keep the initiative. Rook E8, and this is the current position.
Okay. And again, you don't expect white to recapture, to win her pawn back yet.
Maybe now we can. Maybe now we can, because the rook went to E8, and it's not clear how to...
She could play a move like rook B1, I suppose. Put the rook on the open file.
Yeah, even theoretically speaking, Knight E5, trying to push F3.
Okay.
The maneuver you liked yesterday, and something similar what Nino played in her game against Alexandra Kostyniuk. But also we may expect just Bishop E4 and Queen takes E4.
I mean, black could have played F5, couldn't she, instead of rook E8, to cement her knight on E4, kind of a stonewall formation.
With the knight on C6.
Well, I understand, yes. And then try to just keep that knight there and then develop the rest of her pieces.
Just Bishop D7, then Queen E7. I think that was possible. Leighton Gia, she's a very interesting player. I think that she starts the games like with white pieces. She starts with D4 and E4 equally frequently, and it's not what you see quite often. Usually, the players stick to one of these moves,
or they have a distinct preference for one or the other. So she's hard to prepare against. If you're playing her, you don't know whether she's going to play one or the other.
You have to check more lines and more directions.
I remember she won, Leighton Gia, she won the Seville Open a few years ago, in Spain, of course. And I think she scored 8 out of 9 or something like that. It was a big
Really?
score. And she was clear first, yeah. Anyway, black didn't do this, so she could have tried to keep her extra pawn and keep the knight on E4. But she played rook E8.
Rook E8 and white hasn't
And that's where
played
we are.
anything.
And
So Lace thinking and...
all right, interesting.
Okay, board number 2. Zhuzhiner against Elizabeth Pets. And here we see this Kalashnikov line.
Right.
Force move E5 in the Sicilian, knight B5, D6. I can't recall any game by Elizabeth. I don't think she played it earlier, maybe in some rapid or blitz. But Yeah, I don't remember if she played it in the classical game. Before, like
I wonder who it was that christened this or called this the Kalashnikov opening. Any idea?
No, I don't know.
No. A Russian player, I suppose. But
It's like accelerated Sveshnikov, yeah.
an accelerated Sveshnikov. I never heard that before.
I mean I say it's like accelerated
yeah.
because this is the typical Sveshnikov, yes. But with force move e5, it's like
It's funny, some openings have different names, or they used to be called like the Pelican Sicilian, didn't they, with quick e5s? And even I think the name of a very old master, the Löwenthal, I think this kind of playing e5 on move 4. In some
Really?
old books or old openings books, you see that name. But now it's Kalashnikov. Knight b5, it's certainly when black plays d6 here. Maybe if black plays a6, that's a different system. But with d6.
G6, besides G6, there
G6,
are
all right, okay.
other moves like A6 and the setup where black develops this bishop to E7, but Lizzie is preparing the development of this bishop to G7.
You think she may be playing this for the first time?
Could be, yeah. Knight A3, bishop G7, bishop E3, and bishop E6. Queen D2, knight F6, and F3 played. Stopping knight G4 and also preparing knight D5, so this pawn is protected. Okay, black has a weakness on D6. And white has better control over the D5 square. But at the same time, the position is quite dynamical. This knight is not well placed. Sometimes black may have ideas with knight d4, sacrificing the pawn here and trying to activate the bishop. Also, maybe sometimes after castle to move the knight from f6 and prepare f5. Sometimes b5 is a serious move to consider, even with the pawn sacrifice, because white is still not completely developed, and black has some advantage.
You see on the table there, Anna, the next to Zhuzhina, she had like a green or lime-colored. Is that like a bottle or something for water or juice or something, do you think?
Yeah,
I saw that the other day, actually, and I was going to say something.
We can ask her, but I think, yeah, she brought something what she can't get here. I think the players can take some beverages, like some water or...
Well, I'm sure, yes.
Yes.
But some special Chinese mixture or vitamin drink maybe, or juice or something?
Something with more vitamins.
Okay.
Okay, we'll check this game later, because it won't be ended soon. This is board number 3, Harika Dornavale against Nino Batsashvili, yes.
Who won that great game yesterday against Alexandra Kostyniuk.
And we see Roy Lopez in this game with some setup starting fifth move d3, okay, fifth move d3, g6, d6, and then c3, bishop d7, followed by g6. Solid game by both players.
Yes, yeah.
White has better control over the center, but black is trying to prepare f5 break.
We saw one game, didn't we, with a g6 Spanish, where black played g6 early on a few days ago. But here with different move order, but again with a fianchetted bishop for black.
Yeah, we saw g6 played here in the game between Maxime Auchier-Lagrave and Anton Denchenko.
Oh, that's right, which Maxime won very convincingly.
But this is quite a difficult, quite a different setup. I mean, g6 here and g6 in this position. So something has been played. After bishop e3, what did Nino do? Queen to e7.
I'm just reminded now, Anna, of a book called, in English, it was called 200 Open Games by David Bronstein, who, of course, played for the world title, very nearly won the world, became world champion very nearly in 1951. And it's a book of 200 of his games, all beginning e4, e5. Do you have this book? Have you heard of this book?
No.
E4, it's just called 200, in English, 200 Open Games. And all kind of Spanishes and sort of sidelines like this with 3 or 4 d6 and sometimes g6 or knight g8 to e7 and all kind of things like this, as well as more common, let's say, Lopez positions, and some other gambits and Scotch openings and things like that.
I see.
Good book, very nice book. 200 open games.
Maybe it's just a different name if you translate it into Ukrainian or Russian.
Well, it could be, yeah.
Could be.
As far as I remember, it's all David's own games and little stories and comments for each one. Okay.
Okay, board number 4. Natalia Pogonina against Olga Badelka. Here we have this opening where white doesn't hurry with the move of d4. And only now d4 after rook e8 was played, so maybe sooner or later. Black prepared the e5, and now Natalia decided to play d4. Because after d4, the rook on e8, it's not really well placed and not doing much. So maybe it's kind of like losing some time, and only after rook e8 was played, Natalia decided to go for d4. b6, c takes d5, e takes d5. Well, now actually the rook on e8 is well placed.
No, it's okay.
So maybe white could wait with the taking on d5.
She could just develop, yeah, bishop d3, a bit like castle, king side, and so on. Anyway, let's see where they are now.
And this is the current position. I'm also wondering, because she has made a couple of moves and all these regroupings, so if she wanted to put her bishop on g2, couldn't she start with g3 here? And then immediately bishop g2 and castle?
I would say so, yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, g3 has been played.
Well,
Now
black has a very comfortable game, I would say. Sure, perhaps c5, why not?
c5, knight to e4. This knight will come here.
You think the bishop might come to h3 for white?
Well, perhaps. I'm expecting it to go to g2. And then maybe some ideas with knight h4. After c5, I think white will play against these central pawns.
The hanging pawns, we call this.
But I feel like white lost some time with all these moves.
I'm not sure. Maybe after c5, white would not take, in fact, on c5, but just leave the pawns, leave the tension in the center there, and let black decide if she wanted to do anything.
And then you have to be careful with c4.
Yeah, correct. Yes. All right. We'll come back to this one as well.
Okay, on board number 5.
Who's Nana playing today? Did we see her game already?
She's playing my sister on board number 5.
Okay.
Okay.
So, wow, look at this. Goodness me, what's happened here?
Don't ask me.
What on earth is this? Again, I wouldn't know which opening this was.
So surprisingly, it was second move c3. So again, Sveshnikov line or Alapin.
Alapin, yes. Or
Yes, people call it. d5, takes, d4. Okay. This I can understand. c4.
yes.
Yeah, this was played. Queen d7. d5. I think Alexandra Kosteniuk played exactly the same line against Nana Zagnidze on the last women's cadet tournament. I think it was exactly the same position. So e takes d5, g4, bishop g6, knight e5. Something very sharp from Maria.
Very sharp, yeah.
Yeah, she sacrificed the pawn. Queen e7, f4, bishop e4, and castle.
Goodness me. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
I think
honestly, I wouldn't know which opening this came for. If you showed me this position and you said what were the first moves, I'd struggle.
Yeah, it's not so easy.
I'd really struggle to get to this position.
And h5 has been played.
No, really?
Really?
Well, I get the feeling that white has
Some initiative.
all kind of chances here, yeah.
It's a very important game for both girls because both of them are not qualified to the candidates yet, and both of them are trying to win their spot here. But also both of them have the chance to get the spot by rating, and they are really like very close. I think at the moment it's like 3 points of difference in ratings.
Wow.
Yes. So
This is a massive game, and then a massive
yeah.
game for both of them. So Maria's really going for it, playing this very sharp, but also Nana is sort of accepted to go into this. She could have played more solidly, I'm sure.
Yeah, if she wished, because it's kind of white is choosing.
And well, if the time is anything to go by, we can see that Nana's used a lot more time so far than Maria, about 25 minutes more.
I think Nana was a little bit surprised by the second move c3 because Maria doesn't play it so often, just from time to time. So I think g5. The knight goes somewhere.
Let's say knight d7.
Don't ask me where. And maybe knight to
Just quick developments.
c3.
I would be very uncomfortable and nervous as black here.
Yeah, with the king in the center, this is still undeveloped, but the position is very sharp. I don't know what to predict in this game, but I am a bit worried for both of the
I'm going to
players.
predict a white win in this game. There we are.
Okay, we will check this later. Let's see board number 6, Alexandra Kosteniuk playing against Vantika. Actually, I didn't know about this girl. I think she's a young one coming from India, rated 2300, but so far she has a great tournament. Here she's on 3 points out of 5, and I believe that right now she's gaining a lot of points. This is the current position in their game, and it came from Sicilian.
All right, 397.
Third move, bishop b5.
Moscow variation.
Moscow variation, yeah, knight d7, one of the main moves. Bishop a4, the move that...
I don't think I've seen that move before, bishop a4 in this position.
Yeah, it became popular. I have played it a couple of times. Knight f6, castle. Of course, taking on e4 is really dangerous because white continues with rook e1, and then when the knight goes back there, then d4, then the knight comes here, and it's quite unpleasant. So usually usually black doesn't take on e4. e6, rook e1. When I played it, I think I played c4.
Right.
Recently, I had a game with Nana in the online, Indian league. Here she played a6. I played c4.
Okay, that makes more sense than
and
c4.
Yeah, and she decided to choose the setup with the bishop on g7. And okay, I won that game, but it was not a convincing win, I would say. So e6 has been played. Maybe now after c4 black can take. So Alexander decided to play rook e1, a6, c4 now, bishop e7, d4. And now it's kind of a Marzi type of structure.
Correct, yeah.
With the pawns on e4 and c4, where white has more space. And
and also black's knight on d7 is maybe not on the best square.
I think it's okay. Usually the knight on d7 in these setups, it's not bad for black. So queen c7. This bishop is a bit awkwardly placed. Usually you need to have it on f1 or on d3, but somewhere on this diagonal, not on a4.
White can sacrifice the c4 pawn, correct? White could just develop a c1 bishop, I suppose.
That was possible. Maybe bishop e3.
Bishop e3,
or something like that.
Yes. And rook c1.
Alexandra played queen e2, so that not to consider this option and what happens if she sacrifices the pawn. Knight e5 on the board. Now bishop b3 is kind of forced because if we play a b3, then a b5, and there are problems. So bishop b3, knight g6, king h1, e5. I'm not sure I would have played e5. I think maybe b6, bishop b7, rook c8.
I suppose she's worried about f4, f5 from white.
Do
you think?
Well, but all white's pieces are here, not there. So, of course, f4 is possible, but we can put the rook on e8, bishop on f8.
So she plays
So
e5
that's
herself here, Vantika.
Yeah, she played e5 herself, but I believe it's like a weakness. Knight f5, bishop e6, bishop g5, and this is the position. I think white has an edge here.
Yeah, I think so too. Okay, let's see if Alexandra can bounce back from her disappointing loss yesterday.
That would be really important for her, because when you lose the game and then you keep on thinking about it for quite some time. But if you win the game on the next day, then you're kind of back in track.
Right, especially with the free day tomorrow as well.
True.
Also important. Anna, brilliant. Okay, lots of exciting games and sacrifices and risky chess from both players. And we're going to have a very short break, and then we'll be right back. So we'll see you in a few minutes.
One of the first things to note about this position is that the white king on h1
chess online or learn how to improve? Join us at the #1 chess destination in the world, chess.com. With hundreds of thousands of people playing at any moment, you'll quickly find a game with someone at your level, whether you're a total beginner or a grandmaster. You can play games at any pace against friends, other members, or one of our many computer personalities. Chess.com makes improving fun and easy. Sharpen your game with tactics puzzles and enhance your strategy with our videos and lessons by top masters. Learn from your own games with Chess.com's easy-to-use analysis tool. Regardless of your skill level, Chess.com has all you need to take your game to the next level. Chess.com is your go-to source for chess news, live coverage of tournaments, events, and everything in between. Experience Chess.com anytime and anywhere, whether you're at home on your computer or on the go with our mobile apps. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for? Join Chess.com today.
Well, welcome back, everyone. It's round 6 of FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and the Women's Grand Swiss 2021. And let's switch back to the open section where we have a game between Evgeny Nair and Fabiano Caruana. We can see Evgeny Nair on the screen.
Okay, so what's the latest position? This one, yeah?
So after Rook G2, Fabiano spent quite some time. I think it's the first time he started thinking this game, and he played Rook to F7. King F1 has been played, and now Queen to B6, offering the Queen straight. So what was the idea of Rook F7?
Yeah, good question.
Okay, I got it. Because after Rook G2, maybe Bishop C5 was the threat, and after Rook F7, if White takes on C5, Black has Knight E4, and the Rook is not hanging.
Right. Presumably, Black could have played Queen B6, Anna, here, if he'd have wanted, instead of Rook F7.
So if he plays Queen B6 here, but it's better to have the Rook on F7 and White's King on F7.
The king a little bit further, correct.
Yeah, if we
Yes.
compare both of the positions.
I agree. All right, so Rook F7 was more flexible.
Maybe Fabiano thought like that there are no really good moves. I mean, the moves that will improve White's position much, and White's king is still in the center. And okay, only after King F1, Queen B6 was played.
Right. Now, what should White do? Should White acquiesce in the exchange of queens, or does he have the option, do you think, a move like Queen E5, say? Is that reasonable?
I think that if White wants to trade the queens, then better to trade it on this square, not to take, because bringing this pawn to B6 will just strengthen the center for Black, and also the C5 pawn will feel more comfortable, if you can say so. So after Queen B6, if once again White wants to trade, then maybe some useful move like B3 or King G1 or H3, yeah, to free the Rook.
Yes.
Like all these moves could be possible. If White doesn't want to trade the queens and Queen E5, the move you proposed.
Yeah, and just, I suppose Black may put his queen on this long diagonal with Queen C6 or Queen B7.
And then trying to bring the queen to F3.
Yes.
Yeah, so after Queen C6, there is a serious threat of Knight G4. I mean, just if something like that is played, we can take and play Queen F3.
And then check. Right. So White would be looking at moves like King G1.
Yeah, but can we take anyway?
Yeah, and Queen F3 is annoying, isn't it? I think you're right. Just show us that. If Rook takes, Queen F3 is a double attack, isn't it, at the end?
Just a second, yeah.
Both the white rooks under attack. Nice.
So this doesn't work. Something has been played.
I think he's played King G1, has he, or not?
Yeah, King G1. On the camera, it's clearly seeing that it's king g1. Yeah, king g1. Finally, we have it.
He's played, so he's left the queen on d6, king g1 off the dangerous f file with black's rook on f7. And it's Fabi's move.
So finally, the king is on g1.
Right. Artificial castling or something like that.
The king is safe, and I think it's quite a solid position for white.
There we see the two players.
So let us remind you that Evgeny Nair is one of the leaders of the tournament with 4 points out of 5.
Yes.
And Fabiano Caruana is just half a point behind.
Anna, we're hearing about a possible blunder in a game on, I think it's board 14 for us, the game between Pichot against Fedoseev, where black may have just made a bad mistake. I don't know if you can quickly find that game for us.
What has happened? Okay, this is known. We saw this yesterday.
Oh, it's the same line. That's
yes.
right. Exactly the same
Ivan
variation.
Šarić against Alexei Shirov, where
Right.
Alexei won a nice game with black pieces. Bishop b7, rook e1, bishop g5. In that game, something like bishop e3 was played, but without h3, if I'm not mistaken. Bishop g5. Okay, this is
Very similar to that game.
takes, bishop c2, knight c4, getting sharp, and knight e4.
Oh, wow.
I don't think it was a blunder. I think it was intentional.
A sacrifice, yeah?
The bishop is under the attack.
That's a different game. That's that we see Vladislav Artemiev against, well, he's not there the board now, but against Ruslan Ponomaryov. So knight takes e4, Anna.
Takes. Knight d2, bishop d3, and queen a4. Does black have enough compensation for the sacrificed piece? Well, 2 pawns, or 2 pawns for the piece, but still I believe like white's position is much better. This pawn is weak, it's already under the attack. If black plays d5, then the queen comes to c6, attacking actually everything.
So in fact, black sacrificed a piece.
I don't know, I mean, he was
It
not
looks like
forced
it.
to do that.
No, absolutely not.
First of all, he was not forced to play knight c4, and after knight c4, he could, well, if he realized that something is wrong, then he could just go back.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, not the best maneuver we have seen, but
Okay, so he went into this line where he gives a piece up for a couple of pawns. And the bishop pair and, well, 2 very strong bishops on a7 and d3. But still, white does have an extra piece. And the last move was queen d1 to a4. Knight takes c4 is a threat. And do you think black has enough, Anna? Compensation?
somehow I don't believe in black's position. I don't know what to play.
It looks a bit strange, doesn't it?
It looks very
to give
strange.
a piece up to get to this. Alan Pichot from Argentina.
And Vladimir Fedoseev with his famous suit.
Is he
The
wearing his
suit.
there he is.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
Well done. Lucky suit. Some days he's lucky. And there we see view of the tournament hall, part of the tournament hall. You can see some players walking around while their opponents thinking of their moves. But this looks clearly better for white, doesn't it, Anna? I have to be
No,
honest.
this
yeah,
looks
this,
quite bad for black. I don't even see the way black can protect this pawn.
I mean,
no,
apart from
good.
moving d5, d6, d5. Rather strange.
Maybe he can take and then play queen f6, attacking here.
Right. Okay, yeah.
But let's say some idea with rook
Queen
e8,
or queen, right.
maybe. If takes, king
King
h7.
somewhere.
Well, if king here, then maybe knight e5.
Yes.
If king there,
Knight to e4,
maybe knight
maybe, or
yeah, I wanted to play knight c4.
right,
I
and then
mean,
queen e4 check. Yes. Lots of promising lines for white, and and white's a piece up. Yeah. Well, it looks like it's gone wrong for black there.
Yeah, we'll check what happened.
We'll come back to this game. But
Yeah, we'll come back.
A bit
and maybe we are
bizarre.
missing something, but right at the moment, I believe white's position is much better.
Okay. Let's have another look at some other games then, from maybe towards the top that we haven't been looking at for a little bit.
Draw was agreed in the game between two Iranian players, Porham Aksudlu and Amin Tabatabai.
Okay.
So quite
Wow.
a funny repetition.
Okay. All right. So that's a draw. How's Maxime doing? Maxime Vachier-Lagrave.
This is Maxime's game.
This was the French, the gambit, the gambited pawn on d4 there, and look at that, knight f3 to h2. What a strange move that is.
Okay, preparing. After g5, it's quite logical, because g5 working in the f6 square, so...
Right.
We saw it after a3, and black played rook c8, b4, a6, bishop b2, and g5.
Well, we couldn't ask for a better opening, could we? And really sharp struggle. G5 there, look. Trying to open up the h-file.
Or preparing bishop g7 and g4. Attacking on e5.
And still white doesn't recapture his pawn on d4. He could simply take it back here. With knight takes d4, let's say.
But black will not take on d4. I think bishop g7.
Black will play bishop g7, right.
And if we take with a pawn, then just g4 and take on d4, or after knight h2, firstly h5, and then take it on. And okay, if white allows, we will take it. If not, we will attack it.
But Maxime played knight h2. Then we
I
can
like
see
knight
the,
h2.
he's simply coming to f6 with that knight if he can. Knight f3 to h2.
This idea is often seen in the advanced Caro-Kann, and the classical line was knight f3 and bishop e2. And then when black pushes g5, there is this idea of knight h2, knight g4, or bring another knight like knight e2, knight f1, knight e3, knight g4.
Well, we can see that Maxime is really going for it with white here. He's obviously happy to play sharply and looking for a win.
Though the position is very unclear. I prefer white, because white is attacking. but yeah, it looks quite unclear.
What are we expecting from black here, Anna?
Some bishop g7, I would say.
Bishop g7 to take the knight on it, and then knight g4. Let's see. He's played it. Bishop g7, correct. Let's imagine that Maxime plays knight g4.
This is not so difficult to imagine.
Sure. Well,
and what now? I don't know.
let's play a move. Let's try knight
g6?
Knight g6, yeah. Let's try knight g6.
So I think we should take, or maybe take on d4. If we take on d4, then knight h4, yeah. So if we take here, black can take on h4.
I could do, yeah. I think I can.
If we take on g6 first, f takes g6.
Queen,
Now actually, yeah, g takes h4 is the threat.
Queen d3.
Kind of a threat. Queen d3, maybe.
Maybe knight e7. But then knight f6 check could be dangerous. Yeah, this is problematic maybe for black. There we see the top boards.
This is just very sharp. We also have to consider even the moves like castle.
Right.
Interesting if this will happen in the game.
Not sure about knight g6, but
So bishop g7, this is the current position.
yeah, Maxime hasn't moved yet.
Okay, let's quickly go through the other games.
How's Alireza doing?
How is Alireza doing? Alireza, this is Alireza's game. We left it long ago.
This is Alexei Sherov with white. It was a Caracan defense. White played the advanced variation with e5 and then h4 on move 4.
And after c3, this is the current position. Can black take on h4? Looks a bit dangerous, but let's check if this is possible. What has Alexei prepared?
That's not clear, is it? Why not take that pawn? Very natural, isn't it, just to take it?
Just a question. If Alexei wanted, he could play g3, right? And
I believe so.
but he has prepared something
believe so.
for knight h4.
Maybe just something like g3, king g2, rook h1, and just play play a pawn down. I don't know.
Some positional sacrifice. I also thought
Exactly,
about
yes.
a4 before, then b5, but after a4 b4, black gets the queen to c4, and it's not that dangerous. So let's try your plan with g3 and king g2, and then bring the rook to h1. If h4, we will play g4. Black has some problems with the king. Definitely, black can't castle short, and for castling into the long side, we have to take care of this pawn.
He could play king e7, couldn't he?
A half safe move.
A half safe move, I like that. Half
king,
safe.
king e7.
Half safe.
And maybe a rook h1 still, g6, and
Right.
then something like queen d2, trying to get to g5 eventually.
Still a bit of a surprise there that Alexei's just left that pawn on h4. But as we can see, Alireza hasn't taken it yet.
Will
Wait.
he take it?
Sorry, Anna, go on. Will he take it?
I actually think he will.
I was thinking also, Anna, if let's put the pawn back on c2. Had Alexei played g2, g3, then maybe Alireza could have played queen to a4. Or even queen b6. Was queen b6 a problem? Attacking two pawns?
How queen b6 to c3? I mean,
And you would,
this would be dangerous.
yes.
Queen a4 is interesting. Like if black takes rook b1, this doesn't look so safe.
And then take on b7, yeah.
But queen a4, the move that usually we don't see in this line, but it's forcing white, well,
Either white plays
half
knight
forcing.
f3. Half safe, half
half
forcing.
safe, half force. I mean that after c3, the endgame is very safe for black.
Absolutely.
Just absolutely no problems. So
And white would be reluctant to bring his knight back. He'd probably have to here.
maybe after knight f3, but black can think about castling long.
Yes.
Even castling short is an option.
And perhaps even a plan with c5 and rook c8.
Indeed.
So it could be that c3 is sort of partly designed to prevent this. Okay, so Firouzja hasn't moved. And about 10 minutes difference on the clocks. So nothing very serious there. Interesting, whether he'll take or not. Would you take that pawn, Anna, with black?
I think I would, and I think Alireza would.
You're expecting knight takes h4.
Yeah. Maybe the first poll for today.
The first poll, will he take or not
Will he
on
take on
h4?
h4?
That's a good one, actually. I wonder.
That's very unclear.
C2, C3 from Alexei Shirov, who's spent his whole chess career sacrificing pawns and pieces, and
Here and there.
very often winning. And he sacrificed a knight here earlier in a beautiful game from one of the early rounds. So will Firouzja take on h4 or not? We'll leave that one with you. We'll come back to it later. A quick look here at Levon's game. And then we'll maybe switch to the David Navarra game. But let's have a quick look at Levon Aronian here. White against the young German Alexander Donchenko. And what do you think, Anna?
I think Levon has a pleasant position here because he has a bishop pair and he already managed to open the position on both wings. So b4 and f4 play. I think it's much more comfortable to play it from white side.
Black's last move was king g8 to h8. Slightly mysterious, but I agree with you. I think white has a nice game. Maybe there were some sacrifices already in the air with f takes e5 and rook takes f6.
Or maybe that after f5 he's preparing to move the knight somewhere and put f6.
And once again we see Levon with a considerable time advantage, Anna.
Yeah, he's the one whom we don't see often in the time trouble. So usually Levon spends his time quite rationally and he doesn't get into the time trouble.
He certainly stands out there in the picture, doesn't he? They're wearing red in the middle of your screens there. Bright red.
Both players are in red, but Levon is more red.
And
more bright red.
We saw Alexei Shirov there also walking past. Now, what about David Navarra? Should we have a quick look on at his game?
David Navarra.
He's playing Nihal Sarin. And it was a Grunfeld defense, if I remember correctly, with bishop b5 check.
Yeah, right. Ah, here it is. Okay. Oh.
Wow, what's happened here?
So c takes d4, castle.
This is what we saw, yes. Takes.
Takes, and queen to c2, followed by bishop a6, rook d1, and c5. D takes c5, bishop a1. This is weird.
Just take us back there quickly, Anna. What would have happened after queen takes c5? Bishop e2, I suppose.
Bishop e2.
Do you think?
I think so. Rook d2 is more or less forced to keep the d4 pawn. But after bishop f3 and then rook c8, I would say.
C8.
Maybe something else. Maybe
Or
also
queen
queen
d7
d7
first, yeah.
with this idea.
With some sort of compensation, let's say.
It's like all white's pieces are accordingly placed. D takes c5 looks better.
And now David has given up his queen for two rooks. Bishop takes a1.
So white may take on d8, or white may play something like bishop h6.
Really? White may not take... Do you think so? Is that possible?
Okay, then take here and here. There is an option. But you expect white to take on d8, right?
Well,
Take,
I hadn't seen bishop h6.
take.
But what can you tell us, Anna, about two rooks versus the queen in general? It's not always easy, is it, to decide whether to favor the queen or the two rooks?
I think that if to take away all these pieces, black would be doing fine. But usually when there are additional minor pieces on the board, then it's better for the side who is playing with the queen.
Right. So you think that, based on what you said there, that this might be a bit easy to play for white?
I think I would prefer white in this position, yeah.
White has an extra pawn as well, of course.
Yeah, this is important.
It is important, yeah, which he can support with bishop e3.
So yeah, to go something like bishop e3, h3, then maybe this queen will go here.
There we see the two players. Nihal Sarin there. He's having a really good event. He's been among the top players, isn't he, for some days now. And David Navarra there with black.
Yeah.
It's interesting, Anna, as you see, he hasn't taken the queen. He's obviously aware of bishop h6 and maybe other moves.
What else can be possible? Bishop h6, maybe bishop to g5.
He's quite a bit down the clock, I was going to say, Anna. Look, Nihal down to about 42 minutes now, inside 42 minutes. David Navarra still with 1 hour and 17 minutes more or less on his clock. So a considerable difference in black's favor. And you always think, don't you, that that sort of suggests that one player has a position on the board or a line that he's looked at or prepared. Maybe not this morning, but at home, certainly.
To be honest, I'm not sure it was prepared. I think it was over the board decision to go for c5.
Inspiration.
Well, it depends on the result. Yeah, if the result is good, then it's inspiration. If the result was bad, it's just a blunder.
Okay, well, we'll be back to follow this game for sure, and all the others as well. I think we'll have a little break, Anna. And it's a great day, isn't it? Lots of exciting games.
Yeah, I definitely love the games and the openings that were chosen in the games. So yeah, we are going for a very short break, but we'll be back in about a couple of minutes. Stay tuned.
The World Chess Championship. The champion, Magnus Carlsen. The challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Watch the only Twitch broadcast with live video from Dubai on chess.com/TV. Your home for the World Chess Championship.
And welcome back to Riga, Latvia, here live, day 6, round 6, at the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. I'm Stuart Conquest, here with me, Anna Muzychuk, taking you through the afternoon's action. So here are the prizes, Anna, the women's prizes.
Yeah, $20,000 for the first place, and we see there are prizes up to the 20th place. The total prize fund is 125,000 US dollars.
These are the open prizes. 70,000 US first place there, 50, 40, etc., and down to 31st to 40th place, $2,000. 425,000 US dollars is the total prize fund. And the Speed Chess Championship is back. The very best in chess will battle for their share of the $100,000 prize fund. Watch Anish Giri there. On the left, of course, against Jan-Christoph Duda on November the 8th at, there we are, 9 a.m. you have Pacific time, or 1800 p.m. Central European time. First match of the Speed Chess Championship there on the 8th of November. And Anna, back to the action here in Riga, and we see the playing hall there.
So we stopped, we went for a break before we went for the break, we checked Michal Sarin's game against David Navarro, and actually bishop a6 has been
He's
played.
played bishop h6.
So he didn't take the queen.
Yeah, fantastic.
But the move that was, but he played the move that was also logical.
How many
bishop to
times
a6.
do you see that? You can play rook takes queen, and,
And
you
you
don't
don't
play
do
it.
that.
And it's not a check. You don't play a check. You play, I won't say a quiet move, but you play a different move. Bishop c1 to h6.
So now there is a new rule. When you see you can take the rule, when you see you can take the queen, think for a better move. And
Really
it's not clear if bishop
rare
h6
to have
was
that
better.
kind of position.
Though of course it looked quite logical.
So black can't save his queen. Of course, he could move his queen somewhere. And then would white just play rook takes a1, or would white take on f8, Anna? Let's say queen moved.
Let's say queen a5, right? I think even a rook a1 is quite possible here, because the bishop on h6 is dangerous, yeah. Without this dark squared bishop, there are some problems.
It's hard to say, though, isn't it, whether white should take on a1 or take on f8.
So if white takes on a1, I'm expecting maybe rook c8. If this is not losing immediately after queen b2, f6 and queen b3.
Right.
I think, no, I think we are not expecting that.
No, this is too dangerous.
It can even continue with something like knight g5, right? Queen f7 or rook g8. But after knight g5, we're threatening knight f7 and queen to f7. And of course, this knight can't be captured because of queen b2 back. So, okay, this will not happen. After a rook a1, what can black do?
Rook fb8 maybe, or is that a bit extreme to prevent queen b2?
So that to control both of these squares, yeah?
But you would feel that white has some good compensation here?
Rook f to b8, a bit uncomfortable move to make. Because you would prefer to get this rook out.
Well, of course, yeah, absolutely. But, all right. Not sure, it's, I think it's playable for black.
Okay, some other options. What if we take on d1, or if we bring the bishop to g7? So just comparing two positions with... Is this a better version?
What do we think of this?
With traded
Trading
bishops?
queen d7 or something? Oh no, careful, maybe not queen d7. You think white is better? No, just your feeling about this position with queen and pawn for two rooks, with those two bishops exchanged.
I definitely think white is better. I'm just thinking if white is better, if white could be better after, like, taking, like where the advantage is bigger, in this position or when the bishops are off.
Right.
So what else?
But
I
you
think
know, I mean, often in general terms, the advice when one's opponent has the bishop pair is to try to exchange
one of them.
one of the bishops, which if black plays bishop g7, that is, you know, perhaps in white's favor for that reason.
Let's also check this line. If after queen a5, white takes on f8 first.
Right.
We can see David Navarra on the screen. So he's still thinking after bishop h6.
Complicated, yeah? But
Yeah,
maybe
so if takes,
takes.
then if black attacks, we are on time to protect
pawn
it.
up? Clear pawn up. Possibly bishop h6 escaped his calculations. Okay, we'll come back to this game. And in the women's section, Anna, I believe your sister is doing very well. Should we have a quick look at Maria's game?
This is late in Gia's game, and let me find my sister's game.
This, I mean, we had to look at this earlier. I said I felt that white was going to score a victory from a few moves back. It looked very dangerous to me for black. Now what has happened?
But if white takes on d5, white is just a piece up. If my calculation today is better.
Simply piece up.
How did it happen? So bishop e4, g5 was played. And this is the moment where Nana sacrificed the piece. Instead
Queen
of knight
e6.
d7, we spoke about knight d7 and some perhaps knight c3 as the follow-up. Nana played queen e6, trying to create some checkmate ideas. King h2, not taking the knight. And bishop d6.
Right.
Insisting. Now g takes f6, g takes f6, c takes d5, bishop d5, knight c3, and f takes e5 on the board.
I mean, why is white not completely winning after, let's say, queen takes d5? What does Nana have for her piece? She has 2 pawns, but the position looks really just lost, yeah?
I don't know, it seems so. I think black has to take.
Okay.
What else? Takes and...
There we see Nana at the top of the screen there with her arms folded, standing up. There she is. She can't be happy with that position, Anna, surely. A big game for both ladies, as you're saying, for the candidates' place. They're very close on rating. And if they don't qualify from this event, then the only way left to qualify is on rating, correct?
Yeah.
And it's basically, you tell me, the first rating list of January, or the January the 1st rating list. That's the only list that counts for the last candidate's place.
Okay, if it's the current position on the board, then white is completely winning. Maybe there was some like technical mistake with the transmission. Otherwise, I don't see anything for black. Can Maria take with the knight?
I don't see why not. Knight takes d5.
And then pushing f5 or bishop
Black
c4.
will play what? Knight c6 and try to castle.
Just
castle
try to
queenside?
castle.
Sure. I mean,
We don't know which side, but okay, f5.
if f5 then e4 check.
Then we have bishop f4 or king h1. I actually prefer king h1 because I don't see where this queen will go.
No, that's right.
If queen goes to e5, we will have bishop f4. Queen d7 is not possible because of knight f6. And okay, queen c8.
It's simply just a lost position, a pawn down and a bad piece down and a really hopeless looking position for Nana. It's strange, isn't it? In such an important game, it should have gone so wrong for black so quickly.
I think after d5, somewhere here it was the critical moment. But seems like Maria prepared it all up to here, up to f4.
I mean, just having to put your queen on e7 there for black. Black's queen to e7 is quite... I mean, maybe that's the approved move, but it looks a bit clumsy, doesn't it? Blocking in the bishop.
You would prefer queen e6, I believe, yeah? To have
Well, if
bishop
if
d6.
it were possible, yeah, to do that.
So why didn't she do that? Maybe now I take on g6 and take on d5 with a tempo.
Right, okay.
I don't know, I mean, if queen d5 we take and play bishop
Bishop
f3.
f3, all right. But black doesn't have to
So-
take on d5. She could...
She can take with the knight. Yeah,
I mean, does Maria sometimes... She does sometimes play 2c3, doesn't she, against the Sicilian?
yeah, not so often. We saw one game here where she played second move knight f3 and after e6 she played c3. So sometimes there are maybe transposition to the same line. But usually Maria plays second move knight f3 and all these sharp variations in the Sicilian.
Well, a win today for Maria was certainly... But she started with 4 draws, didn't she?
Yeah.
And but she won yesterday, and a win today +2 would be, especially against Nana, her main rival, or one of her main rivals for a possible candidate spot on the rating list, and she'd be very satisfied, I think. And she's still thinking here what to do. Which way to recapture on d5. Okay, should we come back to this, Anna?
Sure. Let's check the top board game. Leitinge against Jolanta Zawadzka. And what happened here? Was bishop e4 played? No, definitely not. We left you here.
Right.
So after rook e8, rook b1 was played.
No,
The
rook
move you
b1, I
mentioned.
think I suggested rook b1, yeah.
h6.
h6.
With bishop b2. White completely ignores
Ignoring
this.
to take back this pawn. And finally, Jolanta moves this knight back. Knight d6.
Knight d6, knight d2, takes, and e5. e5 looks dangerous. Black is not completely developed, having the bishop and the rook on the starting position and opening the position in which white has these two bishops. I think e5.
Risky.
Yeah, very risky decision.
She could have played bishop d7 maybe, or
Yeah,
I don't know.
I definitely prefer something like bishop d7, maybe queen e7, then b6, knight a5.
Okay, I mean,
So e5, d5, and knight e7. This is the current position. White is still a pawn down, but I believe definitely a very good compensation for white. Rook d1 played.
the last move played.
What about bishop e5? If we try to have the position more open, knight d5.
And then drop the bishop back somewhere.
Let's say here. To keep the rook on the open file.
Yes. I mean, it's
prepare
serious
rook d1.
compensation, isn't it? White playing on open lines, diagonals, and files. B file, D file. Tricky for black. I suppose bishop b6 or something there at the end.
She preferred
she-
rook after d1.
Right. But now black could try to bring her knight to
Maybe-
d6.
You mean knight f5 and knight d6? I thought about knight g6.
Also.
Knight g6, d6, and the knight is under attack.
Oh, that's true.
So actually, yeah, your move, knight f5 is much safer. The knight is usually very well placed in front of the central pawn. So if you need some piece to block the central pawn, then knight is doing this job quite good in most of the positions.
It looks okay for black now.
Yeah, I prefer actually the position with bishop e5 because it's more opened. Even here, white definitely has compensation. Yeah, bishop pair and.
All right.
Um,
But it's not scary compensation, is it?
yeah, not like.
More sort of long-term pressure, maybe. And yeah, white has more space, bishop pair, but there won't probably be a direct attack towards black's king in the next few moves.
Oh, let's check some other games
Good,
to see
yeah.
what's happening. So this one between Harika Dronovale and Nino Batsiashvili, we saw Roy Lopez,
Yes.
fifth move d3. And I prefer white, better control over the center. Also, there is no pawn on e5 anymore. So there is, okay, black decided
There we
to
see
take
Harika there,
on
board
d5.
3. Nino not at the board at the moment, but of course it's Harika's move.
And once again, she started the game with e4. Yesterday I mentioned that some years ago she was actually completely, almost completely c4 player or knight f3. I mean, the one who doesn't go for e4. But in the last years, she actually completely switched to e4, and now we don't see c4 or knight f3 from Harika so often. Which is quite surprising, because if the players decide to add some additional openings or lines into the repertoire, they still try to mix. So one day they play something new, and one day something that they are more familiar with and where they have more practice.
Right.
But here, Harika going for e4 almost in every game.
There we see Indian oil on her shirt. There, sponsor, obviously a sponsor of hers, or maybe of the other Indian players as well, I don't know. And at the back we see your sister Maria in the background there, and Nana, of course, playing her. All right, so a long way to go in this game.
So far, I think a pleasant position for Harika, but nothing so much dramatic for Nino right at the moment.
Okay, another game or two from the women, maybe? Top games?
So this is the next board, board number 4, Natalia Pogonin against Olga Badelka. And this is the current position.
We thought the black had a nice, comfortable game. And it's, I think it still looks nice. Yeah? That move h5 on the king's side, and black's knight's looking quite menacing. Although white is very solid, of course. Anna, black hasn't played c5. She's kept the pawn on c7.
And now I don't think she will play it anytime soon, because after c5, white will take. And having this diagonal opened doesn't feel really safe.
There we see Olga there, facing us. We said earlier, other days, that she's from Belarus. She, of course, played for Belarus, but now she represents Russia. And she was, I believe, going to be a pupil, a student in America, at the University of Missouri, I think. But maybe no longer. Not sure.
She has a very strong knights on g4 and e4. White always have to be careful if they want to go for h3, because
Some
then there are some
sacrifice.
sacrifices on f2 and g3. Quite an unusual position, I would say.
And just 2 pawns have been exchanged here, 1 pawn each.
Right.
And all the other pieces and pawns on the board. So lots to look forward to here. And
Okay.
oh wow, what is this?
This is Alexandra's game. We checked it some time ago, but now the position is completely different from what we have seen before.
Just talk us through the last few moves, Anna. How did they get to this position?
Some big transformation. g4.
G4. Look at that. G2, G4. Okay, supporting the knight on f5. And b5 came back.
Yeah, b5. Black is trying to create some counterplay on the other side. F3.
Okay, solid.
Yeah, if black takes, then in the very end, this pawn is protected. Takes.
Trade on e6 and e7, and then g5.
And king
And
f7.
king f7. Tell us about that move, Anna. King g8 to f7. She wants to play rook h8.
She also wants to get the king away
Yes.
of this file.
Well, another very sharp game. And what's your evaluation? Would you still? I think she's played rook g1. Would you say white stands a little better?
I still think, yeah, white is a little bit better because it's definitely white who is better prepared to attack on this side, like with queen g2 or doubling the rooks on the g file, rook h8, and black is down to 11 minutes.
Oh, I hadn't seen that. Goodness me, a whole hour's difference more or less on the clock there, in white's favor. So that's huge difference. It's a bit like David Howe's game yesterday against Fabiano. He was an hour behind on the clock.
But in yesterday's game, I think Fabiano was just prepared, and in this game, I don't think Alexandra prepared everything so far.
She's just played fast, hasn't she?
Rook h8, so yeah, maybe rook g. I think rook g2. Comfortable position for Alexandra, I would say.
Actually, talking of Fabiano, should we pop back and see how he's doing in his game?
Oh, sure. Let's go back. So this is Nihal Sarin's game. Let's first quickly check what happened there. So
there's David.
After
actually taking his mask off there, look.
After bishop h6, bishop h8 was played. Takes, and h4.
h4, of course. No game is complete without h4 or h5. It should almost be obligatory. There should be a rule. You have to play that move at some point. There we see it, h2, h4.
But I think it's good news for black that they managed to keep the dark square bishop on the board.
I think so too. I think that bishop is very important, that black square bishop. And do we have Fabi's game just quickly, Anna, if you're able to, just to glance at the position?
g5 is the last move, so king g1 was played. Now black didn't trade the queens.
Rook c6, okay.
Rook c6, queen d3, d5.
Wow.
This is not a safe.
Quite brave.
Quite brave with the king on e8
say.
to not to trade the queens and to push d5. g5, what to do with this pawn now?
Is that the current position?
Yeah, the current position. Also, if knight doesn't move to e4, black has to be careful with the h7
with the h-pawn. And white's king is perfectly safe. But we cannot say the same about black's. Isn't that quite surprising, the way this game has gone? d5.
Yeah, also after knight e4, c takes d5, e takes d5, queen d5. Yeah, rook d6 is not possible because queen e4 comes with check.
Okay, we now have an interview. So Milan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. We're joined by Badur Jobawa, who just had a quick victory over Jules Moussard of France. As we were walking along from the hall to this interview, you said you felt really bad about your opponent and you felt for him. Could you tell me more about that?
Yeah, hello everybody. Yes, I know like a player how disappointed to lose like that, but we know that this is sport, so it can happen, such a loses. I choose this line, it's quite original, to avoid this Petrov, for example, and he played more or less okay after opening. But then he made a huge blunder. I think he completely missed 92, and he could play queen f5, for example, instead of queen h5, bishop h4, and it would be still some game, but he just collapsed in a few moves. Yeah.
When you both realized the blunder that he made, and it was instant, how did you look at him? Did he look at you? Were there any emotions shown?
No, I did not look at him, but I think it was blunder. It feels like that.
So when you make a mistake such as that one, and you feel terrible, obviously, as a player, how difficult is it to hide your emotions?
Depends of a player, I guess. It's very subjective. Somebody shows emotions like me, somebody not, like Muzychuk, for example.
So do you think it would be better for chess players to show more emotion, or it's a sign? Is it a sign of weakness or is it a sign of strength to show your emotion?
Well, sometimes it's good to like take it off, you know. Sometimes you start swelling even, you know, and then you feel better. You need some time to recover. Somebody just swallows it inside and continue play it like nothing happened.
So
but chess-wise, of course, it was blunder and understandable.
Now this victory is a big boost for you and it happened in an important moment. We're just over the half, in your case, over the half of the tournament. How do you feel generally about the rest of the tournament? How will your approach it be?
Till now, my tournament is not going well, maybe out of practice a little bit, not enough focused, experiment too much in openings, get punished, blundering so much. For example, with Grandilius, I had some extremely bad miscalculation. I was punished very quick, it's nice to win 2 in a row. Yesterday also was a bit lucky. Okay, like it was good game against Vasif, and then logically I should win probably, but then I did everything to lose this game, but then he made terrible blunder. And when you win like that, it's somehow boosts your mood and self-confidence, you know.
So tomorrow is the rest day. How will you use it to focus and prepare for the rest of the day?
It's not much things to do in this lockdown. Probably I will try not to go too mad this night, so let's see.
Well, don't go too mad until you finish the tournament, I guess. It would be
Thank
best
you
advice. Thank you so much and good luck with the rest of the games.
Thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you.
And thank you, Milan, and thank you, Badur, for that interview. Badur scoring a rapid win today, Anna. So he'll be delighted. Well done to him. And so we're going to have a quick break, short break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes, and we'll catch up with Fabiano and all the other top games. And don't go away. We'll be back very, very soon.
once you've played a lot with Magnus, you understand that he never coasts. So if you make a slight inaccuracy, sometimes that can snowball into turning a game that feels like it's about to be a draw into a game that you might lose. He's the player who's overall the strongest, the most accurate, and the most consistent. He also puts pressure on you in a way that some players sometimes let up on the pressure, while Magnus usually doesn't ever let up.
Counted. And welcome back, everyone. And on screen, we see there Fabiano Caruana, who may be experiencing certain difficulties in his game there against Yevgeny Nagier. And Anna, we had a nice interview there with Badur Jobava, who won a sharp, snappy game, which we didn't have a chance to look at so far, did we?
Yeah, so maybe let's have a quick look over Bardur's game. And yeah, here it feels like Caruana is kind of playing with fire, with not trading the queens and opening the position. But we will definitely come back to this game. Firstly, let us show you the game, which ended in just 14 moves.
14 moves, goodness me.
Yeah, so it was just like a 1-hour game.
Just talk us through it from the start then. Thanks.
Yes, it started with e4, e5, d4, a central opening. It takes d4.
Central opening.
Isn't it a central opening?
I don't know what it's called. Yeah, center game or something. Yeah.
1 second. It center game accepted. But I think like in Ukrainian, it's, well, if I translate it, it's a central opening. So that's why I said. So
okay.
d4 and knight f3. We know that from time to time queen d4 is played, and Jan Nepomniachtchi was a big fan of this line, but I think he stopped playing it because it's considered to be risky for white. Though if black is not prepared, you may quickly play knight c6, and then after queen to e3, well, you still need to know some theory to.
I think Alexander Morozevich used to play this as well, didn't
even
he?
Before Jan Nepomniachtchi did it.
Yeah.
Okay, knight f3. Usually when white goes for this line, white wants to avoid Petrov. That's why, yeah, this...
or some lines of the Petrov anyway.
Yeah, if now knight f6, then e5 comes. But if after knight f3, knight f6, d4 is played, then usually black goes with knight e4.
Correct.
So yeah, little tricks. If you want to avoid the Petrov, it's one of the lines to consider. But also you have to know what to do after some other moves, like what you're going to do after knight c6, and this is Scotch. What you're going to do after bishop b4. I think bishop b4 was played, and it's a very principled line. Knight b to d2.
Just already on this position, I don't think I've ever seen before. After 4 moves, knight b1, d2,
d5, knight d4, knight e7, c3. It looks like Scotch a little bit. Okay, just a little bit.
It looks like what? Sorry, like
a little bit like Scotch.
Like the Scotch. Yeah.
Bishop c5, knight b3. So far, nothing goes wrong for black. But after bishop b6, bishop g5, castle, e takes d5, and this is the moment where black went for the piece sacrifice.
Right.
Or perhaps, as Badur mentioned in his interview, he thinks that this move, knight e2, was missed by the player. Quite.
Oh, I see. That's clever.
Yeah, that's quite possible to miss knight e2.
Oh, definitely. I mean, that's easy to miss. Knight e2 there.
The idea is that after queen d1, rook d1, black can't take on e7 as rook d8 comes with a checkmate. So not so easy to suggest something.
That's very easy to overlook, isn't it? Knight e2 there.
And queen h5 has been played, but
maybe black still has some compensation here if he plays accurately. I don't know what to suggest, but
like queen f5, the move Badur suggested, yeah, attacking on f2 was definitely better.
And if bishop h4, what would happen?
If bishop h4, at least there is some pressure, and it's not so easy to unpin the knight. And you remember this game just some days ago, which Badur played, and where he had, he had troubles to develop the piece. But this here, he's a piece up, so much better news. And if bishop h4, maybe just knight c6, getting some compensation. Maybe actually quite a decent compensation.
It's still, that's right. Yeah, actually, you're right. Yeah.
Will Bahadur manage to castle?
We could have had another poll.
What if Queen D2 is just an interesting position to look at?
So Black would have had certainly good chances to confuse his opponent and various attacking options. So, but what actually happened, Anna?
Instead, Queen H5 was played after Queen D2. Still Rook
I see.
E7
White
is
could
not
leave his bishop
possible.
on right.
H6. Still, the bishop is not hanging, and Bahadur just played a castle.
Why didn't he play knight e7, knight to c6, Anna?
You mean here, yeah?
Oh, because of
I
queen
think
g5.
Queen G5 traded the queens.
Because queen g5, I see. Yeah.
So H6, castle, knight C6, and after knight F4, Black resigned.
Black resigned. Oh, dear, oh dear. You have to feel sorry, don't you, for Jules Moussa in this case. Nobody wants to ever lose a game of chess in 14 moves.
Sure.
Much less when you're a professional player and you're playing in an event like this.
But a good win for Bahadur Jubava, and he will definitely go for the day off, into the day off with a good mood. Maybe let's go back to the top boards.
Let's check Fabi, shall we? Because you see him on the camera there. And we thought or think that he is in some trouble here. Just tell us about Queen E2, Anna, the move before, because it was quite a trick, wasn't it? It prevents Black from putting his knight on D5 after Yevgeny played Queen E2.
Yeah, right. I think that if White takes on C4, Black wanted to put the knight on D5. But Queen E2 was played, and now knight D5 is not possible as White takes and takes on C5.
Discover check.
Even in something like Rook E6, then we take on B6 and we take on E2 with a check.
Right,
so Black has no time to
White stays the bishop up.
Get the bishop back. And knight G8.
Again, the kind of move, Anna, that one can miss, queen back to E2. Isn't it?
I agree.
No?
And now Black's position is really
so knight D5 was impossible. He played
knight G8. He could also go for knight D7 or something of this kind, but after knight G8 he still wants to bring the knight to D5 or F5.
Right. But it can't have been his intention, I don't think, when he took on C4.
This knight E7, the moves we may expect.
These moves have happened?
No, not yet. But I think it may happen on the board. Maybe again some idea like a rook to E2. Oh, now here we have a nice zoom of the
Close
pieces.
up there, look at that. And I see White's queen. Oh, sorry, because he hasn't taken on C4 yet. The queen's still on E2, correct. So this is the position. Yevgeny to move, and very similar clock times there.
So looks like a good position for Yevgeny so far.
It looks excellent for White. I mean, he's, safe king. And Black's king is certainly not safe in the way that White's is. And as well as anything else, Anna, apart from queen takes c4 that he might be looking at? Do you think?
Some g6 ideas. Don't look dangerous. Queen h5, g6. I also don't think it's.
Could he try to double his rooks on the d file quickly? Queen c2 maybe, and then double the rooks.
Queen c2. You mean? I thought about f5.
Oh wow, f5. Okay.
So like if rook f5, I bring the queen, and well, after g6 I take on h7. The rook is no longer on f7.
And could Black play king f8 or not? What do you think?
Yeah, it's definitely possible.
Lots of nice moves for White here. There, lots of rook g to d2 maybe, Queen takes h7, of course.
I like
D7.
this rook d2.
F5 is a nice idea. Should we go back and look at that again? F4 to F5. Clearly, black cannot take with the e6 pawn because of bishop takes c5 check. So what else? So rook takes f5. We're saying queen h5 check.
Maybe just knight e7.
Knight e7 at in this position. Could be. Could be.
f6.
White is trying to open lines here for his g2 rook.
Anna is trying to open
Anna
lines.
is trying to, yeah. All about black's king there on e8. White not hurrying to recapture the pawn on c4.
And you can see Evgeny Nair considering all these options. I'm sure that, yeah, he.
How's Levon doing, Anna? Levon Aronian.
How is Levon doing? Here he is. Earlier I thought that his position was better.
There we see him in the very bright red shirt, and the move has just been played.
Queen d3, the last move, but okay, queen f8. Right now, black is a pawn up, and white can get the pawn back by taking this one on f6.
Okay. He may also do something else, so he may not rush to take it. Doesn't look too bad for black, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't look so clear to me. Another idea is maybe queen h3, queen h4.
Right.
Also, theoretically speaking, we can take on a6.
Queen takes a6, grabbing a
Well,
pawn.
just
Grabbing a pawn.
to mention this is an option.
Talking about grabbing pawns, I think Alireza took this pawn on h4, did he not, against Alexei on top board?
Oh, let's check what happened
just
there.
go back there?
Yeah, it seems like he took. So after c3, the pawn was taken. G3.
And he played well, as I thought he made to.
predicted.
G3, king g2.
Queen b6, b4, queen d8, queen e7, perhaps
Nice
preparing
and
long
solid,
castle.
getting ready to castle queenside maybe.
Rook b1. The idea is to meet long castle with b5. Rook h6. Creative. Maybe the idea is to play a rook g6.
Okay,
And
rook h1.
also another idea is that with the rook on h8, after white plays rook h1, white already threatens g4, but with the rook on h6, the rook is not hanging anymore. Long castle,
now he's castle
finally.
queenside, right.
b5, c takes b5, and the rook b5.
Anna, why didn't he meet b5 with c5?
Maybe just taken.
Maybe just take,
Maybe.
right.
Some problems. Otherwise, it's of course, yeah, very instructive. Usually b5 wants to be met by c5 to keep the lines closed. But here it's just a tactical problem with this pawn hanging on f7. Otherwise, c5 would be a great move.
So black took on b5. Alexei took back with his rook. And we think that is the current position.
And that's interesting. We can see Alexei keeping the pen in his hands. I think he's the only player who is doing that.
I think I've seen him do that before, you know?
Yeah, he has been doing that before, but I think he's the only player, at least on the from the grandmasters, who is doing that.
Keeps his pen in his hand. It's funny how we notice these little things, little habits that players develop, and I mean, there's nothing really to read into it, but it's still it's nice to see that. Okay, He doesn't put the pen down, you see, look. Getting some secret energy from this pen. Is it true that players can no longer bring their own pens to the game, Anna? That the
I think
organizer
so.
provide the pens?
Yeah, usually on like during the all top level events, you can't bring your pen, and yeah, the organizers provide the pens for the players because we may bring something that is like
Supersonic pen.
sorry.
Well, I'm saying some kind of pen that, well, because anti-cheating, right? That's
Yeah,
the
because
reason.
of anti-cheat measures, this is the only reason. So that there is nothing inside the pen. No signal, no color. So the players, all the players get the same pens.
Right. Rook takes b5, and
This is the pen.
the pen is now on the score sheet.
So whose pen is that? Is it Alioreza's pen?
Oh, it's not Alexei's, look, because the king is
Yeah,
on
because
a different game.
Alexis. It's Nihal's.
Nihal
Yeah.
Sarin's pen.
Yeah,
Okay.
but we can see that it's the same pen, the same blue pen.
And Alexei there with that pen that doesn't leave his, well, he just writes a move down, of course, and then I think he puts the pen back in his hand.
To be honest, I like the design of the pen.
Yeah.
Maybe we can get one here.
Nice, souvenir.
Do you used to collect something from the tournaments?
Yeah, well, yes, that's right. I used to. I'm sure I have amongst all my things little memorabilia, let's say, from as well as the score sheets, of course, from each tournament, programs and the odd pen and badges.
Yeah, me
and
too.
things like that.
I think, well, I always bring the score sheets and the badges. And yeah, sometimes when there are some souvenirs like some pens or something that is, yeah.
Little like sort of keychains and things like that, you know, little things with the name of the tournament on, or the sponsor, or something like that, or the town.
Yeah, but badges and score sheets we get almost all the time.
Yeah. Okay, so Alireza has not moved yet, and well,
okay,
we'll
if
have to come back to this.
when white brings
Right,
this,
yeah, he's going to do that, yeah.
this rook to b1, I think black will just play rook d7.
Do you think black should be looking at moves like f6 or not? It's a bit loose, isn't it?
Depends on if it works tactically. He can also play some prophylactical moves, so like, okay, rook d7 even now I think is quite reasonable, king b8 to bring the king to the safer place, maybe even, I don't know, well, queen c7 I don't think we need that. We may also consider some ideas like h4, g4 and rook g6.
Right.
But this is already double-edged, maybe white goes f4,
F to f4,
and,
correct, yeah.
and who knows what's happening there.
By the way, if Alireza were to win today, Anna, I think that would take him up to number 4 in the world rankings.
I think
above
that
Nepo, above, you know, he'd sort of leapfrog him into the number 4 position.
But also depends how Aryan will play. They are very close.
Right.
So it's not only about his game, but also about Aryan's game.
Okay. So plenty at stake, of course. So what about MVL, Maxime? How's Maxime doing?
Really?
Well,
this is the position we have. Knight f6 being the last one.
This was the French defense where white sacrificed the pawn on d4 and just left it there. Didn't rush to get the pawn back at all. And he played this nice knight h2 move, Anna, that we saw. This is where we left it, more or less.
And after knight g4, we were expecting knight g6.
Well, it's one move that we thought of.
But black went for g takes h4.
Okay.
White took on
Now
d4.
white took, finally took his pawn back.
h5. And this was forced. Queen f3.
Knight g8. Bit like Fabi's game, knight on g8 again. So black has rounded up this f6 pawn, but he's had to give up the d5 pawn.
What if queen g5?
Yeah.
Knight g4.
Looks like the only move, no? Knight g4. What a strange position we have. Very odd.
He has played queen g5.
He's played queen g5, all right.
And
Knight
I
g4
think
looks like
knight
the only
g4.
move. Which he must have played, yes. Knight g4. I find, Anna, I don't know about you, but looking at these such strong players, that they don't give anything away, really. I mean, it's such a crazy, to me anyway, it looks like a really crazy, complex, sharp position that I'd probably have my head in my hands and I'd be, you could tell from my reactions, I think, that I wouldn't really know what's going on. And yet they look quite calm, do you know? Pavel doesn't seem to be giving anything away there. I think the top players, they just play the position and they keep a poker face, let's say. What do you think? What should White play now? What kind of moves?
I'm thinking about knight d2. I also think about rook e4, the move.
Rook e4. Yeah, to take on g4.
Take on g4. I'm not sure, like about something like this: rook g6, queen h5, knight f6, and then okay, I wanted to take here, but maybe it's
not working.
a
Another
bit too
move
much.
has been played.
Yeah, all these pieces are undeveloped, so he did something.
Has he brought his queen's knight out or not?
Okay, knight d2, I think. A knight c3, yeah.
Knight
Knight
c3.
d2, knight c3, knight c3, trying to bring
mean,
the
it was-
knight here, or
Right.
knight d2 was with the idea to bring the knight here, but after knight d2, knight d4, knight f3 may be the threat in some of the positions. I mean, like, let's say like after knight c4, knight f3 is just winning.
And what's the difference now with the knight on c3?
Maybe now just knight e4.
Well, yes,
or
but-
check and knight d5.
Oh, of course. Of
After
course.
king d6, where do we go? Oh, we take on b6 and okay. Check.
Queen check, knight check, forking.
And then, well, at the very least, we take the knight. But maybe there is even something stronger.
Right. Or queen takes g4 or something. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so
Good chances for Maxim to win this game.
well, he's played really sharply today as White, hasn't he? And
Sacrificing the pawn right from
Yeah.
the opening.
and normally when you play the French defenses back, you don't expect to have your king stuck on e8 like this with all the open lines and threats coming at you from the white pieces. So black could be in trouble here. And his pieces are strange. Rook on h6, for example.
Yeah, his main problem is, of course, the king on e8 and the position is opened, but also, yeah, the rook is hanging, some ideas like knight d5 or knight e4. Well, now, once again, the big stride is queen g8 and followed by knight d5.
Is queen takes d4 possible?
It's legal, as we
It's
say.
a legal move. It may lose on the spot or something, that's all.
So knight e4, queen b2, knight d6, queen king f8. I don't see
He's going
the
to
winner.
Well, he could sacrifice to knight e4 and then rook a d. Oh, I see. Which bishop would black take there?
Maybe something more direct.
And we do have a result, Anna, on one of the top boards. We can certainly come back to this, or even keep the camera on Pavel there. But the game Korobov versus Ariantari has ended in a draw.
Yeah, I see. Korobov against Ariantari. It's a draw on board number 6. Also Artemiev against Ponomaryov.
This game is also
This game is also a draw.
A draw.
Wojtaszek against Dmitry Kolar's draw.
Okay.
Sargsyan against Deak draw.
Right. Okay.
Movsesyan, Sergei Movsesyan beating.
Wow, look at this.
Beating Lucas was
That is checkmate.
It's checkmate on move 29. Let's
Checkmate.
take a look at this game.
Yeah, definitely.
So
Petrov defense. Goodness me.
C4, a rare line. I tried it myself, but it's not seen very often. Though Alexandra Kosteniuk won an important game at the World Cup against Tanzhan Yi after c4. Knight c6, d3, bishop e7. I think d5 is considered to be the main here.
Let's see what went wrong for black in this game.
Well, it's difficult to imagine that that after 20 moves, actually after 19 moves, you will be checkmated.
Yeah. Okay, b6.
b6, bishop b5,
Right.
knight b8. I think bishop d7 or bishop b7 was also normal, but okay. Knight b8, c takes b6, a takes b6.
Okay.
Here.
Still no suggestion of a checkmating attack here at the moment.
Bishop f4, queen b6. So maybe black could already play knight d7. It's after b5. The
Maybe
pawn
there
is
was
protected.
a problem with a4 or something like that. Yeah.
So rook e1, b4.
Knight back.
This
I
is
suppose.
already getting a little bit dangerous because the bishop is unprotected. Also after the knight moves, like all these pieces are a little bit stuck. So knight e2.
Knight e2 coming around to the king's side.
Yeah, this was the plan, I believe.
Sure.
Knight g3 anyway. I mean, here I don't like black's position. I don't see how to develop the knight.
No,
Also, this is the weakness. This bishop is, you know.
Black's rook on a6 is on a very funny square as well.
Yeah, also the rook on a6. Rook a8.
Well, look, the rook had to go back.
Just not bringing the pieces to the starting position.
Yeah. It's all gone wrong for Lucas in this game. Knight g4.
And queen d8. Yeah, I mean rook
All the
rook
pieces
a8
come
and
back.
queen d8.
Yeah. And it looks like white to play and win. He took. Check.
Yeah,
Queen
after
attack threatens to take on g7 with mate.
queen f6, bishop e5.
Look at that.
Okay,
Well,
this was probably
this
not
was probably
played.
not happened. I guess
Yeah.
after bishop f6, black resigned. Threatens mate on e7 and mate on h6 with the white knight.
So I believe like after bishop f4, something went wrong here. Maybe even a little bit earlier, like takes, castle, c6. Maybe black shouldn't have played b5.
Well, I mean, yeah, we could.
Well, after the game, we can.
It's very clear that black's position fell apart. Okay. What about the standings, Anna? How are the standings at the moment? Quick recap. So this is the women's standings.
5 players leading with 4 points out of 5, and
4 on 3.5.
And 4 players with 3.5. And here are the standings in the open section. 3 players leading with 4 out of 5, and 14 players chasing them with 3.5 out of 5.
Okay, so we are seeing some results. We've had a couple of wins already. And we saw the Badr Jubava. He came for an interview. He had a very quick 14-move win, Anna. How often do you see that?
That's a very rare, especially in the game between two grandmasters.
At this level of, that's right, competition.
So I think Badr is now on +1.
Okay.
Yeah, he was on 50%, and now he's on +1 with 3.5 points out of 6 games, and definitely in a good mood before yesterday's.
And another quick win we've just seen there, actually a checkmate, unavoidable at the end, from Sergei Movsesyan, winning against Lucas van Forest.
Right.
So, okay, we can have a quick break, and then we'll be straight back with all the action. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
The World Chess Championship. The champion, Magnus Carlsen. The challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Watch the only Twitch broadcast with live video from Dubai on chess.com/TV. Your home for the World Chess Championship.
And welcome back. So we're live from Riga, Latvia, round 6 of the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. Lots of excitement. Just to remind you all that there are 2 candidates' places at stake in the open section and 1 candidate spot in the women's section. And Anna, there's Maria, your sister, and last time we felt a winning position. And presumably she still is winning with the piece up or something. Do you want to have a very quick look at that?
Yeah, let me find that game.
Against Nana Zagnitse from Georgia.
Here it is. She's a piece up. Black is just one pawn for the piece, so must be winning for white.
Yes. No doubt about that. It must be one position. And
so it's move number 31. After 9 more moves, she will get additional 30 minutes.
so the last move, c5 to c4. So white, a clear piece up for just one pawn. And it should be a technical win, Anna.
Yeah, maybe just bring the knight to c3, even with the idea of like knight a4. The only thing white has to be careful is that black doesn't trade too many pawns.
So we'll keep an eye on this game, but it would be very surprising indeed if Maria doesn't win from here. All right. What about Lei Tingji? How's she doing on top board? Against Poland's Jolanta Zawadzka.
She's enjoying her positional compensation for the sacrifice pawn. This is the current position. Queen h4 was the last move. Is black preparing e4? And if so, why didn't black play e4 here?
Black could have done that, yeah.
Because after Queen h4,
I suppose
maybe
she threatens bishop a4, Anna. Bishop d7 a4 is the threat.
yeah, it's another threat, but let's say now white has an option to go e4.
And then f5, do you think?
Possibly,
Would black
yeah.
do that? I think I'd be happy as black in general here, in these positions, to pawn up. Good knight on d6. It looked more dangerous before when white could have opened up the long diagonal for the bishop on b2.
Yeah, now I think if I had this position with black pieces in my own game, I would be happy. Nothing really to worry about. How about Harika? We should also check Elizabeth's game, yeah?
Yes.
She plays board number 2, and we haven't checked it at all. And this is the current position in her game. She's down to 2 minutes.
All right, yes.
And she still has 15 moves to make to pass the time control. So what happened in that game?
We did see the
Although,
opening,
yeah,
didn't
we
we?
did
She
see
played the Kalashnikov, so we did see the opening.
Kalashnikov. But after bishop e2, or before bishop e2 was played, this was the last time we checked it. She played rook c8. She did play knight d4, the idea we mentioned. Rook d1 and knight h5. I think also knight d7 was possible to go into. Well, different plans. Sure. Bishop f1, knight f4, knight d5, and knight
after
d5.
that, she takes it anyway. Right.
Okay, takes, bishop d7, queen b4, attacking both pawns. And here she went for f5, a very sharp move.
Very sharp.
If she wanted something safer, she could play queen c7, e8, rook c1, queen b8, protecting both of the pawns. But she wanted to attack. She played f5, and what happened?
Queen d6,
queen
critical,
d6,
of course.
takes, and rook e8. Well, this
Rook
is the
e8?
threat.
That's a strange... is that the reason? I don't quite understand why she's given a pawn up if all she has is rook e8 here.
In the game, rook ac1 was played, but if white just goes back with queen b4, is it so bad? I mean, it's a bit strange to give the pawn, then to go rook e8.
Yes. Moves like queen h4, maybe? I don't know. There we see Liz. Down, as you say, Anna, to 2 minutes or so. And which move are they on at the moment?
Move number 25, so 15 moves to go.
A lot of moves to still to play. It's white's move though at the moment.
Okay, queen b4 was not played. Rook ac1 after bishop f8. White got this f6 square for the queen. Knight c2, queen f3, and queen b2 played. But this pawn is definitely much more dangerous than that one. Also, the king is not that safe.
Right. And yeah, so not a very comfortable position in which to be so much down the clock as well. She's got to make a lot of moves. And Xu Jina from China, she still has half an hour on her clock.
If let's say something like bishop c4.
Absolutely, yeah. Threatening d6 check.
And queen f7. Even if bishop g7, I still play d6 and queen f7.
It looks like this, yes.
Not a pleasant position for black. If b5, just bishop b3.
Or maybe rook f1, is that possible?
Sure, yeah.
Yes, it's not pleasant at all, is it? Can Lizzie play bishop
Bishop
d6?
d6, yeah, trying to
just to
block
blockade
it.
this.
Queen.
Queen f6, maybe?
Bishop h6, some prophylactic.
Yes. No, I don't like this at all, do you?
A very dangerous position for Lisa, but moreover, no.
It looks like she's played bishop c4, Anna.
I didn't see it when she was moving.
Looks like she played that.
Yeah, she did play bishop c4.
And real problems here for black. Not the least of which is that she has less than 2 minutes to get to move 40. And that is a long way to go from here.
Yeah, we'll come back to this game. But before, let's check some other games. Here is the game between Harika and Batsiashvili.
We thought white stood a little bit better earlier, but nothing dramatic.
White is still better. This is the weakness. Also, the bishop on e8 is it's passive bishop.
So the last move was queen e3, c5. She's more of a positional player, would you say, Harika?
Yeah, she is.
So offering a trade of queens, she'd have...
She's a very solid player.
Yes.
She really has good results with people, with opponents who are higher rated than her. But at the same time, she's struggling to win against the opponents who are lower rated.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah.
It's very untypical, actually, for women players.
Very untypical.
Untypical. Or atypical. No.
Or atypical, yeah.
Atypical. Oh, wow. 360.
That's what happened there, yeah. So, okay, queen c5 is the position here, and Nino, who had that fine victory yesterday against Alexandra Kostyuk, is to play. And clock time is very similar, 14 minutes for white, 17 for black, and she's just played queen e6, avoiding the exchange of queens, Anna.
Yeah, but she leaves the b4 pawn undefended. I actually expected something like queen c5 or knight d5.
Right, knight d5 looks very
yeah,
sensible.
and then this endgame. Okay, more pleasant for white. I just prefer to have the pawn on the board, because if queen e6, I think we can take. We can also play bishop c4 before it.
And then knight d5, I suppose.
Maybe even knight d6 right here. Okay, let's just take it. Black has a bishop pair, but
well, yes.
But is it enough?
Neither bishop is particularly good, is it, at the moment?
Yeah, if this bishop was not on e8 but on d5, black's position would be much better.
Playable. We see Harika there with her arm outstretched and about to play a move,
Yes,
and she's taken the b4 pawn. And
95, I guess.
we think knight d5 probably. But certainly a clear advantage for white. A whole pawn up for nothing really, and a good position for white.
Yeah, good position so far for Harika. What about the next board? Next board, the game between Natalia Pogonina and Olga Badelka. Oh, now it's completely different. Remember, we had the knight on e4.
Yes, it's all changed.
So how did it happen? c5 was played.
Well,
I
this was
didn't
the
like
question,
this
wasn't
move
it?
so
Whether she
much.
would play c5 or not. We spoke about this.
c5 was played, knight e5. Given this dark square bishop is quite dangerous. Even if white sacrifices this pawn by playing e6 sooner or later, it's still dangerous. I think I wouldn't have done that.
Right. h4.
h4.
Always h4.
Just
Every
play
game,
h4.
h4. Sooner or later.
f6.
f6. There we see Olga facing the camera.
f6 is actually a bit surprising, yeah?
It is a bit surprising.
Yeah, when the pawn is on e5, at least this bishop is less active. But after f6, the diagonal is completely opened. In b4, nice move by Natalia. If black takes on b4, then queen d4, attacking the knight, attacking the pawn. But even if white didn't take the pawn back immediately, then still this positional pawn sacrifice is seen quite often in similar structures.
So suddenly white is doing quite well, we think. So b4, what did Olga play? d4.
d4, queen d3, king h7, and e4, knight g4 takes. This is the current position. Black is preparing knight to e5.
Okay. Well, plenty of action still to come here, I'm sure. We can maybe just switch back quickly, Anna, to the open event and keep an eye on developments there, especially Fabiano. And has he managed to glue his position together a bit? It looks like.
Glue the position together.
Well, it was coming apart, wasn't it?
Falling apart, everything's falling apart. Knight g8. After knight g8, we propose two options, either to take the pawn or something more active
like
with
your
f5.
f5, by the way, yeah.
f5 was not played. Queen c4, knight e7, rook to d2, rook f5. I think this is preparing knight to d5, because if black goes knight d5 immediately, it could be some
exchange sacrifice, yeah.
Some real danger for the skin. Or something like that.
Could well be, yes.
So rook f5, queen e4. Once again, knight d5 is not possible as the pawn is pinned.
Right.
So queen to c7, b3, a6.
a6 was played. Now, what is that about? a6.
Yeah, but what to do? The king can't move. Yeah, we would like to have the king on g8. Perhaps it feels safer there, but then rook d7 comes. This rook can't really be moved because the pawn on h7 is hanging. This rook, it protects both of the pawns. Knight we can't move.
Kind of a Zugzwang, or sort of a look like.
Yeah.
What black is reduced to sort of passing.
In the middle game, that's surprising.
In the middle game, and just asking white, okay, here I am. Now what can you do? a6.
But it's also not so easy to find the improvement. I mean, how to improve the position for white. Rook d3 was played, queen to c8. I think that if white doesn't do anything, I mean, if there are no direct threats, black may continue with the most like queen c7 and queen c8.
Well, Yevgeny standing very well at the moment, I have to say. Whether he can increase the pressure or not remains to be seen. And he's down to about 21 minutes versus Fabiano's 27. And they've made quite a lot of moves, Anna. Which move number are they up to?
It's more number 30, so still 10 moves
Number
to go.
30. So they could make a draw. They got to move 30.
Now it's possible to offer a draw. It will not be done, but now it's possible to offer a draw.
Milan, you have an interview now for us, over to you.
Thank you very much. We have with us Andrei Esipienko, who just won a game against Nordibek Abdusatorov. Sorry, it's difficult for me to pronounce. Congratulations on your victory. Just take us through the key elements of the game. What was the key moment?
I think after the opening, when I played Rook C1 and B3, probably this plan, which he played, Knight H5 and F5, was wrong. And yeah, after this, it's probably I'm just better there.
So you've had 4 draws, 2 victories. Are you feeling that the tournament are you getting where you want to be in this tournament? Are you feeling that you're in your element now?
Yeah, I think I'm in a race again, and yeah, I feel confident.
How will you prepare for the rest of the second part of we have tomorrow, the rest day, and obviously the key part is yet to come?
I'll just watch some movies probably and
just
yeah,
relax.
that's it. Yeah.
Okay, you beat Carlsen in Waikanze, and you will be there again in the following tournament. Generally, what is your plan for this year and the coming period?
Ooh, I don't know. I just want to finish this tournament, and then we will see. Probably.
Playing game by game. Okay, what are your predictions for the match in November? I mean, 2 weeks now, actually.
I think it will be a tough match, and it depends who will be in a better form, and I don't know.
Do you have a preference?
No.
You don't mind?
Yeah.
You'll beat them both. Okay, thank you so much. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Milan, thank you very much there, and Andrei Esipenko there, who won his game. He's on +2, 4 draws, 2 wins. Well done to him. And he said he'll probably watch some movies tomorrow on the free day.
There is actually an excursion, but there was not so much information about it, so maybe not all the players are familiar with it. But I believe that when they get this information about the excursion, more players will consider the option to go into the excursion.
Yes, to a national park, I think Kemeri National Park. That's certainly, if the weather's good, and it's been good almost every day here, I think that's a very attractive option. Now, Alexei Sherov, we see him here on camera. And what's the current position, Anna, in Alexei's game?
Here we have it. Somehow the knight disappeared from the board. So after rook takes b5, actually h4, the move I mentioned, it has been played.
Okay.
d4 and h3. Now king to f1. I believe taking this pawn is really dangerous because the knight comes to h4.
So king f1.
King f1, rook g6, and that's how it happened. Takes, taking on e6.
So Alexei's got his pawn back. He's recovered his pawn.
But now he has problems with the king. And black's king is actually very safe right now. This rook will not be attacking. I expect this rook to defend the f2 pawn. A rook d to f8 is coming.
Yes. And very comfortable for black. Safe, as you say, safe king. Very good rook on f5 and pressure to come down the f line. And white's king is a little bit shaky.
I don't like white's position, to be honest. If you can't start the attack, or let's say counter-attack on the black kings, on the black's king with c4, and I think it doesn't work, then white will just have to stay passively, though also completely not clear how to do that. And usually when there are queens and these heavy pieces, rooks on the board, it's very important whose king is safer, and here it's definitely that black's king is safe, but white's king is in danger.
Okay, thank you, Anna. And now we're going to move over to Pete Doggers. Pete, you have something for us.
Thank you, Stuart. Yeah, I just wanted to draw the attention to one of the most spectacular games of the round. I don't think we have spent too much time on it yet. And then who else then? Daniil Dubov with the white pieces is involved. Always a very creative player. And he's playing Ivan Saric. And the game starts with the Moscow variation of the Sicilian, often leading to somewhat more quiet positions than the normal open Sicilian. But actually that's sort of old news, because even in this line there has been some crazy developments, as we see also in this game. Knight d7, these days considered to be one of the most critical ways of maybe even try to play for an advantage with black. Castle a6. Black usually plays a6, or often tries to play a6 before rook e1, so that the bishop cannot go all the way back to f1. That might be an even nicer square. In this position, white goes to d3, blocking the d-pawn, but the idea is c3, bishop c2, and d4 afterward. Black develops a knight, there we go, and b5. Ready sometimes to answer bishop c2 with c4, and therefore also preventing white from getting the full center. a4, bishop b7, take, 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 take. Now e4 is hanging. And knight a3. There is even an even crazier line in this position going bishop b5, bishop takes e4, and then even the move d4 has been played here, sacrificing a full knight on b1. I invite you to check that out with your own research. But in this game, Dubov goes knight a3, b4. Actually, we're around here. We're leaving earlier games in theory. But it turns out Saric was well prepared for it and kind of follows the engine moves for quite a bit. cb4, cb4, bishop c4. So giving up e4 completely, as we often do in these lines. d3, winning at tempo. On e4, Saric returning with d5, super sharp stuff. Bishop to f4, looking at c7. Winning a tempo there on the other bishop, so everything starts to hang. These games are always amazing when you have like all these pieces hanging everywhere. Nobody knows what's going on. Knight takes e5. Well, one of the bishops had to go, I guess. D takes, knight takes, and bishop c5. Black is ready to castle, but of course Dubov is not allowing him. Bishop d6 takes, knight takes. Knight takes, queen takes. Black is still not going to castle anytime soon, and now black has to actually do something about the rook e1 move, of course. So bishop here and bishop e6. What does white have? Well, there's a c-pawn, of course, all the way to c6. This is the actual current position. So white has given up a piece, but it is in full control. The engine continues with the normal plan of h5 and rook h6 to have the game, have the rook joining the game. But actually, if you have it keep on calculating, then it keeps on saying 0, 0, 0, 50% or a draw. Yeah, it means the extra piece is there, but black will not really be able to untangle. So after a lot of complications, maybe this game will actually just end in a draw, but another amazing draw like I showed a few days ago. Back to Stuart and Anna.
Peter, thank you very, very much. And that game's still in progress, Anna.
Yeah, maybe we can even check.
Pretty amazing stuff there.
Because I really like the position, the current position and what happened.
Daniil Dubov on the left, of course, against Ivan Saric. And we see that black hasn't yet played that move h5 that Peter was mentioning.
Maybe after h5, white can go with c7. Yes, threatening queen to d8.
And then black would play what? Bishop
f6.
What would black play? f6?
I thought about f6 even here, if it's possible. To bring the king to f7 and then get the rook out.
I like that, f6.
It's more human, I think, f6. If you compare f6 and h5.
Okay. So what do you think white would play after f6, Anna? I mean, the computer says it's level, but what do you think the reason is for that?
Isn't it obvious, Stuart?
It's
It's like
C7 and Queen D8. I don't know.
Rook A1 and Rook A7.
Rook A1 and Rook A7.
Just the idea. If the king comes out,
Check.
we check. If the king comes here, we have this check.
Correct.
So if, let's say, H5, what's the difference? If you go Rook
Still Rook
A1
A1.
now?
Still Rook A1. Come black, play Queen D8 then. If Rook A1, Queen D8.
1 second, because it's too complicated.
Or Rook
Maybe
H6. I could wait for with Rook H6 and then
yeah, maybe wait until white gets.
Rook A7 and then play Queen D8. Yeah.
Okay, if it's not losing, it's not bad. So after Rook A7, Queen D8, and the queen can't escape because now the back rank is weak.
Right. Oh, something has happened there.
Maxime won.
Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has won his
Maxime
game.
won.
That's very important for the standings. Maxime really powerful here in this tournament with white, and that, as I say, is a key result on the top boards.
So he gets to +3 with 4.5 points out of 6.
I suggest, Anna, that we have a quick break, and then we go and pick up on Maxime's game and see how he won. So we'll see you all very, very soon.
Yeah, maybe there will be also some updates about this game. Okay, see you.
Welcome back to our coverage. We start this part with the interview with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, who just won his game against Pavel Pokratov. Congratulations. Could you just quickly summarize the key moments of the game?
Yeah, I played a very interesting line popularized by Magnus last year, this pawn sacrifice. It leads to ultra sharp positions, and I'm not sure like how well we navigated. But at some point I got a decisive advantage with this knight c3. And after his queen d8, I was just looking at this beautiful line, but couldn't make it work. So it was queen g8 check, king e7, knight d5 check, king takes d6, queen takes f7. Let's say king takes d5, queen f4 to keep the square on d6 under control. But after queen f8, bishop e4 check, king c4, queen c1 check, king b5. Then he controls the square on c5 with the queen. After queen c5 check, queen takes, d takes c5. I stopped there. I thought it might be winning, but then I looked for something, much less unclear, and I found queen takes d8, and it was more or less over.
Well, we're looking at it so deeply, no wonder you won. So now you've gradually you're here at the top. I mean, you're stable here. You feel like closer to where you want to be. We've been talking a few days about this when we meet in the hallways. You said your confidence is increasing day by day.
Well, let's say for now the plan is going the way I want. Draw with black, win with white is like what every Russian schoolboy has been taught about in chess. So far my play is convincing. I didn't have any long games. Like I never made it past the time control. So it's all good. But now the decisive games, where you play for the money are happening, and I'll need a couple more wins and no losses. So it's definitely, the quest is not over.
Before we get to that part of the quest, just looking back at the game yesterday, the French duel with Alireza Firouzja, could you just tell us a bit more about that game?
Yeah, depending very much on Alireza's mood, whether he would be willing to take some risk or play a safer line like he did. And even at some point I thought I was putting some pressure, but then I got a bit carried away and I had to make a few careful moves to equalize, but not that much had been happening. My position was just very solid, his position as well.
Now, as you said, the second part of the quest is after tomorrow's day of rest is about to start. How will your behavior and approach change? The stakes are higher, the risks are higher. What will psychologically you be changing in your approach and behavior?
Well, I'll be trying to play as well as I've been doing so far, and then I'm not concerned. If I play as well, I have every chance to make it to the top two. But then again, it's very hard to know what will happen. But to keep this shape, I'll make sure to hit the gym a couple of times, at least tomorrow, and then we'll see. Like everything's at stake, and there's no guarantee. But again, if my play holds up, I don't see why I shouldn't end in the top two.
Well, thank you so much, and good luck, and we hope to talk to you again soon.
Thank you.
Milan, thank you very much, and thanks also to Maxime and Anna. He was saying there, win with white and draw with black.
Good
like
strategy, I would say.
Every
Very
Russian
solid.
schoolboy and schoolgirl would know. So yeah, he's doing really well, and free day now for him.
Yeah, after the win, it's good to have a free day, even after the draw. It's a bit uncomfortable if you go for a free day when you lose. Still, sometimes it's okay just to have a break and then to come back with more power and to have this day off to not being so.
Sounding confident, Maxime, as he has every right to be. I mean, he's played great chess, and he hasn't had any game which has gone past move 40, Anna, so far.
Really?
I think that's what he said. Past
strategy.
the time control. Okay, now on our screens we can see Alexei Shirov there, board one, white against Alireza Firouzja. So, Anna, tell us what's happening here.
So after rook h3, rook f5 was played, and then c4, the move that I thought about. I think it's the only chance for white if white tries to play actively, because if white tries to play passively, let's say bring this rook to defense and also this rook to defend this f2 pawn, then I don't believe white will hold this. So c4 makes a lot of sense. D takes c4, queen c3, rook f8, queen c4 was played, king b8. This is the current position. Still, it looks like black skin is much safer than white skin, and this is the biggest difference. That's why black is better.
Okay, interesting. So white needs to defend f2, I suppose. So not that many moves, really, that he could choose from. What do you think about a move like rook b2?
Rook b2 looks very logical, because this leaves the option of bringing this rook to b3, and possibly, of course, if b6, then some sacrifice on b6.
All right, so rook b2.
But after...
Queen f7 or queen g5, I don't know.
Also rook c8 is interesting, trying to bring the rook to c1.
Looks like he's played rook b2.
Something was played. Yeah, rook b2 must be played.
Sorry, queen g5 would be a big blunder now, because rook takes b7 check.
Yeah.
Black, in fact, would be checkmated. Not white.
I think queen f7 or rook c8 looks good.
Rook c8, you like?
You don't?
Well, no, I might like it. I might
Maybe
well
first
like it.
queen f7. Kind of asking what will white do with this pawn.
Sure. Queen f7.
Queen a2.
Yeah, still white dreams of bringing his h3 rook across to b3.
Maybe now rook c8. Well, definitely black is better. It's just a question like how big the advantage is.
Black has some initiative. He's the one creating threats, and white has to be careful. Clock time's very similar, Anna, about 13 minutes each remaining at this stage, and they're on move number
33.
33. So
meanwhile, board number 4, the game between Samuel 7 and Yu Yangyi ended in a draw.
all right, we sort of took our eyes off that a little bit.
Yeah, so it's one of the top boards or result.
Okay.
Board number 5 is still in progress, but oh, c6.
This is David Nevada's game, isn't it? This is where white has a queen versus two rooks.
It reminds me a bit about yesterday's game of Alexandra Goryachkina, where she tried to build a fortress with a rook and a bishop versus the queen. And I think we may see something similar here. For example, after rook d6, c7. Well, black will definitely lose this rook, and black will also try to sacrifice this bishop for this pawn. So trying to bring the bishop to d2 perhaps, and then to transfer the rook to f5. Then it would be a draw.
Position. That would be a draw, I suppose, Anna, if we reach that kind of position. Black rook on f5, the bishop eliminating white's a pawn, and some kind of fortress. White's doubled f pawns there would be pretty useless, in fact, in terms of trying to create winning chances. So, okay. And also still this big, well, I say still, there's a big difference in time. Nihal Sarin down to 47 seconds, although they've made plenty of moves, Anna, I think. Which move are they up to?
29.
Only 29, sorry.
Yeah. But okay, it's not so difficult to make the moves with white.
What about, sorry Anna, what about Alexandra Goryachkina? We haven't seen her game today. She's the only woman player in the open section.
She's still playing. And look at the position she has. She's playing with white pieces against Adiban, a strong Indian player who doesn't have such a good tournament here so far. And what's going on? Knight d5 was the last move. So rook h6, rook g7 is basically threatening a checkmate after king g7, queen h6, and
Right,
Queen
so there's a
h8.
concrete threat. Now, what can black do? What should he do?
When you see something like this, you feel a bit unpleasant.
Okay, just to show us again. So
maybe-
the threat is rook takes g7 check, Anna, right? Rook takes g7 check.
Yeah, that's why I want to play rook c8,
King
king
moves.
b1, and to take.
Rook takes knight.
Yeah, now if white takes, we get the f6 square for the king.
Black's king would now escape, correct.
And if not, if e takes d5, we can think about rook c2. We can also think about queen d4 first,
Yes, queen d4 looks quite powerful.
and then rook c2.
Okay, what options does black have? Does black have any other way to play apart from sacrificing the rook on d5? So once again, white threatens checkmate in 3, beginning with rook takes g7 check.
Yeah,
If-
just should you show it?
No, that's fine, but if black was to move the bishop somewhere, then rook h8 check is also a threat, isn't it?
All right.
Let's just show that. If bishop e5, for example, white could still force a checkmate. Rook check there. That's a nice checkmate.
Which one do you prefer?
I like them both. 2 checkmates in 1.
So yeah.
So it looks like he will have to give up the exchange, doesn't it, on d5? And
no, but I don't see anything wrong with that.
no. Okay, I think we also have Pete Doggers ready to show us something. Pete?
Yeah, absolutely. We were just looking at Nihal Sarin's game and how to show you also Pragnananda's game. Prag just lost actually quite a few games today that were finishing quickly with some blunders here and there. I don't know if you can call it blunders in this example, but it's still for the neutral viewer or the fans of Alex Serrana, it's actually quite a nice one with a combination of both pins and forks. So very tactical final phase of this game. Here, black should have played something like knight c5, and he's probably doing all right. Prag decided to play the pawn to d4 to simplify, to trade, and hoping to solve his problems immediately. But that wasn't the case. After knight takes d4, rook takes e5, he might have missed or underestimated knight to f5. And the first fork on e7 is already looming. And what is more natural than doubling rooks and avoiding that fork? Well, now suddenly there is this queen to c3 move, and there's like a double pin on the c file. This c6 bishop is pinned, but now the rook itself is also pinned because of a checkmate on g7. So a double pin with one move, and after knight f6, which allows you to move your rook on e5, we're attacking g7 once again. Even though black wins at tempo, white just goes rook g4, and it turns out black doesn't have a good useful move to get out of the trouble. Well, the best try is the engine rook a8 to e6, but it's not going to help. Queen to b8, it's not going to help. In the game, black thought, I'm going to get out of that fork on e7, but it will come later on anyway. Rook to f5, to c4, I mean. Now we are back to the c line pin, protecting c6. One more rook coming. This knight is doing an amazing job. Rook to e6. So far everything protected, but we just take, and queen to a3. Another unexpected check. And there will be a knight to e7 or a knight to d6 fork, after all, winning big material. So here the young Indian grandmaster had to resign. Back to Anna and Stu.
Peter, thank you very much indeed. And very instructive win and sharp play there, powerful play from Alexei Serrana to beat Pragnananda from India. So nice game, Pete. Thank you for that. And Anna, how do we evaluate this position? Alexandra Gorachkina against Adiban.
No move was played after knight to d5, but I believe that after black sacrifices on d5, black gets a nice position after that.
We have a result, I believe, that you just pointed out to me in the women's event, a game that we had been following.
Natalia Pogonina managed to beat Olga Badelka on board number 4, and that brings Natalia to 4.5 points out of 6, so +3. Good results for Natalia.
Okay. Well done to her.
Yeah, back to the open section, and
Right.
let's check how Fabiano is doing.
Yes, definitely. Let's have a look at this very important game.
How Fabiano is gluing his position here.
Well, I mean, yeah, sure.
So
when something's coming apart, you need to glue it. That's why I said it. So, has he succeeded?
Bishop c1, g6, bishop b2, rook d5. Well, he's trying. He's trying to keep control over the light squares. He played g6. Now he can, bring the rook to d5, bring the knight to f5. The pawn on h7 is not hanging. Rook d5 was played, e takes d5. His pawn structure improved a lot.
It did.
But he had to give the pawn for that. Rook e6 and rook e5. Rook takes e5. This is the current position on the board. White is a pawn up, but good news for Fabiano is that he managed to trade the rooks, so his king is not in danger anymore.
Right. And but still, it's a pawn for white. We can see that the black queen may come down to g4 and give check at some point.
Or something like queen e4 and queen f5 and queen f5 if you manage to trade the queens. The reason why we go for the endgame is that actually white is a pawn up, but when this structure is blocked this way and then we get the knight to f5, we don't really feel white is a pawn up because the pawn on f4 is totally blocked.
And what about bishop a3 here, if white tries to go for that c5 pawn?
Yeah, this is the problem.
Still, looks like Yevgeny's about to make a move, and he's played f4 takes e5, so that was the backward pawn, if you like. The black was about to blockade with his knight, so f4 takes e5.
I prefer queen to e5. He wanted to keep control over the d4 square, but this way he blocks his bishop. And if king or queen comes to e6 to block this pawn, then I think Fabiano's chances are increasing. I mean, to hold this game.
Right, yes. But still, I mean, white has something to play for here. The c5 pawn can be a weakness. And white can maybe slightly improve his king. Could play moves like pawn to h4. And is he threatening e6 here? And do you think black needs to do something about that?
Yeah, I think e6 is a very serious threat. Also the idea to bring the king somewhere to the king side, like to c4 to attack these pawns. Or even to a5 in a long run.
Wow. So Fabi needs to take care here. Practically no winning chances for black, Anna.
No, absolutely not. So I'm expecting some, I don't know, queen f5 if we are not blundered the c5 pawn, or king f7 or queen e6. I mean, some move that
prevents
blocks.
e6.
Yeah, that prevents e6.
Okay,
and queen c6 also possible.
We'll come back to this game for sure, but Yevgeny, sorry, no, it's Fabiano to move. Now, Levon Aronian, how's he doing?
This is heading towards the draw, I think. Opposite colored bishop endgame. And
it does look very drawish, doesn't it?
Yeah, it looks very drawish.
So that would be a fine result for Alexander Donchenko to draw with Levon.
Indeed.
With black.
I agree. Alireza, what did he do? He played queen s7, and after queen e2 he played queen to c7. So he prefers to keep the rooks on the f file, and he wants to get to c1 with the queen. Right. I suggested rook c8, trying to bring the rook to c1. Okay, queen c7,
and a couple of moves have been
queen
played.
c2, and he has just played something I don't know what. Queen to d7.
Queen d7. Now, the famous Shirov pen variation.
If rook to b3, will we take on f2?
I wonder.
Just let's try to understand what is this position.
Would black take on d4 or not?
Yeah, then I'm check
Check
on
and check.
yeah, check, then taking on b7.
Probably draw-ish, I would say.
Or winish.
Winish.
for,
Not sure.
for black.
Winish is a nice word.
So
There's Levon with the colorful top. Alexei Shirov to move.
it's not deadly drawish.
Black is definitely doing well, isn't he? Here.
Yeah.
Queen d7, white to play.
I think Alexei is about to make a move.
Queen takes d4 is... Well, is it a threat? Because if rook takes b7 check.
But even something like queen d4 would be 7 king a8.
What about rook c3 here? Is that a move?
yeah.
Rook c3? No, then you could probably take.
Yeah, then I can take a d4.
Then you can take.
I actually thought about that
Rook c3.
some time ago, but then I said
All right. Okay. So Alireza is pressing here a little bit. Some problems for Alexei.
this is Nihal Sarin's game. He
No.
played a5. He actually doesn't take the d8 rook immediately. He knows that he can win a tempo.
Because the bishop would have taken, correct? The bishop will
Yeah.
come back to take on d8, I suppose. To
So
cover
he
this
prefers
A5
to get
square.
this pawn as far as possible, and I think this is the right thing to do. But I'm wondering why black didn't play bishop d2 earlier.
Right, yes, that's as you mentioned, bishop d2 to
So let's say
sacrifice on a5 when the pawn gets up to that square. So what happened here? How did the
so
game
after a5, I believe white is winning.
go? What were the last few moves just before they reached this position?
Bishop g5, a4, black kept on waiting, and a5 was played.
Maybe David didn't defend in the correct way. So white not hurrying to take on d8, but just pushing his other pass pawn.
Okay, any updates in Daniel's Dubov's game? Yeah, there have been some moves have been played here. So actually h5 was played.
h5 was played, all right.
Rook e1, rook h6, rook e5, queen d8.
And now we have an interview. So Milan, over to you.
Thank you, Stuart. We're joined by Maria Muzychuk, who just won a game against Nana Jagnidze. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Could you just very quickly summarize the key moment of the game?
I think I was much better prepared today. I was preparing for 3 hours, so I had some ideas in mind. I'm pretty much sure that the piece sacrifice from my opponent was wrong. There are many lines. The only minus in that position is that white should remember many variations. But luckily my opponent didn't know about it, and I got a winning position after the
So she
opening.
walked into your preparation. It's very good.
Yes.
Congratulations on that. So you started, 4 draws, 2 victories. Are we now going to have 2 more victories? What do you expect? I mean, it's difficult to say, but what do you expect for the second part? How ready do you feel for the second part?
Of course, I didn't expect that I would make this 4 draws in the very beginning. But okay, these draws were not easy. I mean, there was a huge fight in every game. And as for the rest of the games, I just want to show my best chess. And
How
who knows?
difficult
is it? I mean, you're at the top, one of the favorites. How difficult is it for you to deal with starting with 4 draws? How difficult was it? Obviously, it was very frustrating because each game was a fight. It wasn't a quick draw. How frustrating was it for you?
I think it's always difficult to play when you have the first number in the rating list. There are many things why it is really hard to play, but okay. I think that my opponents they simply want to play solid and try to find safer variations, and therefore I made first the 4 draws in the very beginning.
You mentioned it's being difficult being the leader, being number one, because everyone tries to bring you down and play tough and carefully and prepares especially for you. How do you, as a number one, as the leader, deal with that? So how do you navigate that pressure?
I try to compose myself. I know that I play strong, and so there's no reason to worry about for me.
Okay, now the second leg of the event is after tomorrow's day of rest. The second leg is about to start. What will your preparation be focusing on? Obviously, we know you know your strategy in terms of the moves and the openings and the choices you will make, but in terms of mentally and physically preparing, what will you be doing?
I'm sure that my opening preparation will depend on the pairings who I play with, of course. But I think tomorrow I will just walk.
You just walk.
Yeah,
That's
I
the
need
best
to
way.
walk.
That's best. And just to ask you briefly about the match starting in a few weeks in Dubai, who do you expect will win?
I think there is no need for me to estimate and to say which chances the players have. But I just want to enjoy the nice games.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you very much. Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Milan, thank you very much. And Maria Muzychuk winning a fairly one-sided game, Anna. The result of good opening preparation.
Yeah, she has said she has been preparing for a long time, for 3 hours. And luckily for her, she got the variation which she prepared and which was sharp, and where her opponent, where Nana, forgot actually what is the correct way to proceed. And there was actually a funny moment when she said, "Okay, it's not my fault that I made first 4 draws. It's just the fault of my opponents who tried to play solid."
Well, she's on +2 now, won her last 2 games. So from 4 draws, she's now up to +2, and with the free day tomorrow, come at a perfect time, really, for her.
Yeah, I think that it was good time to have a rest after 2 wins and also, well, 5 rounds to go. So
another early win there, we haven't really looked at the game, was from Alina Kastrinskaya, we can see, who won with black against Olga Giria. So a good win for her in that all-Russia clash. And Anna, what about the open results so far?
So we have 5 results out of the top 10. And of course, Maxim scoring an important victory against Pavel Pankratov. And the other 4 games ended in a draw.
Okay, so back to the action. And there we can see Daniil Dubov on the left of the screen. Board 13, he's playing Ivan Saric. This is the game that Pete Doggers showed us earlier on the touch screen. And White a piece down, but with 2 powerful connected pass pawns on the queen side. And White may be doing very well, Anna, I'm not sure.
So White managed to take Black's pawn on b4 and also to advance the b2 pawn to b5. Now it looks like Black's position is really very dangerous. Also, if White wants, White can take on h5, but I believe White will not take there immediately.
And Saric also down to about 1 minute. Which move number are they on, Anna?
Move number 34, so 6 moves to go.
Right. So quite tense. And let's see. Oh,
rook e6. Is it
look
winning?
at this. Rook takes e6.
I didn't have time to calculate, yeah. So rook e6, if Black takes on g3 and
then 2
just
connected
c7,
pass pawns. And the b pawn just runs through, yeah? b6, b7.
Okay, if it works, it's just winning. Very nice game by Daniil Dubov.
Queen takes g3 has been played. F takes g3. Any chances at all for Black to save this?
No, I don't believe.
He's taken
F
on
takes
e6,
e7.
pawn c7. Any chance of a fortress?
This is the only chance, but I don't see the way black can build a fortress. So black will have to give the rook and allow promotion.
He's played king e7. So in fact, they're coming to a pawn ending.
But pawn ending is completely lost.
White had to take the rook on d8 because otherwise black was in time with rook d1 check and king d7.
Yeah, now just run with the king to e5.
White's king coming to e5 and to take the e6 pawn.
Well, the last 2 days were very difficult for Ivan Saric. Yesterday he suffered a painful defeat. He was beaten by Alexei Shiro.
That's right.
And yes, he is also losing this game. I don't see any chances for black to save it.
No, it seems to be
okay. Just king
just a lost position here. King e3. And we can expect Ivan to resign, I think, now or in a couple of moves. No chances to hold, Anna, really?
No. Okay, just king b6, king d4, I think. King takes. And, well, something. Even g4 maybe wins here, but we can just collect all these pawns.
Or I think the white king could have come to f7 as well, yeah. Should be a straightforward win for white. Yes, very tough for Ivan, as you say. He lost yesterday to Alexei. And that's the handshake. So 1-0. Daniil Dubov scores a victory.
So after this game, he's on 4 points out of 6, yeah.
And we should also, there we see on the camera Alexei against Firuzha, but also Nihal Sharin's game was another one that we were following.
This is the actual position in Alexei's game. How did they get there?
Oh, wow.
And
let's have a recap here. Let's just see what happened.
Yeah, king e1 was move number 40. So after queen c7, queen c2, queen d7, rook b3 was played. b6, queen to c5. Yeah, this was white's only chance to try to sacrifice on b6. Queen b7, rook b6 anyway. Takes, rook f2, king to king e1, across. And that's it. Well, but now it's unclear. Black and 4 is the perpetual. We keep on checking like rook f2, rook f3, rook
Looks
f1.
like it. Yes, I agree. But maybe that's the way the game is going to end.
But why did black allow this? So after queen d7, rook b3, he didn't take on f2.
Rook hb3 happens.
Which looked like black is in no risks to lose there. And also some winning chances, but he played b6, and after queen c5, maybe it was already not possible to stop rook b6.
Maybe he missed queen c5.
Maybe he was going to play
I
this
think they're
move,
going to repeat moves, don't you? We've just seen a check on f2. Alexei moved his king back to e1. It may, in fact, end in a draw by repetition.
I think Alexei will be happy with this draw.
Oh, absolutely, yes.
He wasn't better at any moment of the game.
Yeah, it looks like we can also tell from Alireza's sort of attitude there. Looks like he's even sort of shaking his head a little bit.
Yeah, maybe he missed something. His variations.
Could be queen c5, huh? Maybe he missed that. They've reached the time control, Anna. Have they? Is that move?
Yeah, it's move number 42, so they will get additional 50 minutes. But I don't think it will help Alireza to find something.
There we
I
are.
think
50
it
minutes
will
for the next
just
20 moves. They have. Now, what about Nihal Sarin? I think his game was also taking an interesting turn against David Navarra.
Oh, David managed to bring the bishop to that diagonal, but of course it was better to stop the pawn when it was on a4. Well, I mean, kind of not stopping, but be ready to sacrifice the bishop for the pawn when it was on a4.
But still, h6 there from David. He's obviously ready to give up his bishop for the a pawn and just hold on the king side. No real winning chances for white, I don't think, Anna, if Nihal plays a7.
No, a7 must be completely drawish. Now just bring the rook here, or even with the rook on e6. I think it's draw.
Right.
But if white doesn't do that, white's only chance is to try to bring the king somewhere there, like who played against Goryachkina yesterday?
I've forgotten.
I think it's Indian player, but he did it the right way. He didn't.
Looks like he's played a7 now anyway,
played
so
A7.
maybe we'll see a draw agreed fairly soon here.
No,
All
there are
right.
absolutely no chances.
No, this is it's just a draw. If the white f3 pawn were on g3, Anna, would there be any chances? Small chances. Or real? Actually, no real chances.
I don't think. I think it's also a draw, but definitely this structure.
But
will
here
be
there's
bad.
no chance.
Yeah, here after queen a7, just bring the rook to f5 and just don't do anything.
Exactly. Yeah, just stay put. And there's nothing much that white can do there. Rook on f5 prevents the white king getting in. And okay.
So expect a draw here. What about board number 7? Is it still in progress? Yes, it is. It's Alexander Predke against Krishan Sashikaran. And
Black
white
looks
is
to be doing. Look at white's king on e1.
Looks completely lost for white.
It's black's move.
And black can take an e4.
Sure.
Rook c8.
Check. Rook takes g3. Lots of. He's taken on g3.
Then on g3 again, and then on e4. Well, completely winning. And yeah, Nihal Sarin and David Navarro.
Signing the score
Handshake
sheets.
and signing the score
Sure.
sheets.
So that
Draw
was a draw.
agreed.
Okay. So a fair result. And David just chatting there to Nihal about something.
Levon Aryan and Alexander Donchenko ended their game. It's a draw here.
A draw. All right. As we said before, good result for Alexander. And Levon will be, well, he would have...
Also, Nikita Vitigov playing on board number 9 drew his game against Manuel Petrosyan.
This was a draw. Was it a perpetual check?
Yes.
Right. Knight f2, knight g4.
That's how they get there. So maybe back to the top board. Shiro against Firuza, but well,
okay,
it's just...
this may end in a draw.
It's going to be a draw, yeah, by repetition. King e2.
There we see Levon, as I was saying, he's obviously, well, he won't be too happy with the result, but, you know, draws a draw. Alexander's a very strong player. But he dealt with the pressure and has drawn with black against Levon. Okay, so quite a few games have finished in the last 20 or 30 minutes. There's Alexei. He's in check. This game may just fizzle out now to a draw by repetition. Rook F1, check, King E2.
Yeah, maybe it will be ended now. Just let's wait a couple of seconds or minutes because I really believe it would be just ended very soon.
Alexei wearing a tie. I think he... There we are. Look at the handshake. That's a handshake. So well done, Alexei, for holding that.
Yeah, another draw on the top board.
And we see the players there, look, having a little chat about... Alexei looks quite happy there, look.
Yeah. No, he has all reasons to be happy about this draw because his position was not really great in the middle game, but he managed to save it. So, yeah, good result for Alexei. Also, I see that Alireza, he's not very upset about it.
No.
He knows that he was better, but, well, draw with black pieces.
I mean, Alexei gave this h4 pawn, didn't he? He left the pawn on h4 and played this c3 move. Quite ambitious, let's say. But it's nice to see Alexei doing so well and also, you know, in a good mood. And, well, why not? I mean, he saved a difficult position.
It's funny to follow all these space expressions.
So, nice. Okay, so Alexei continues his good run of form here. And Alireza also doing very well, I have to say. We saw earlier that Maxime won a good game today, Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Now, how is Fabiano
And this was the only win.
Among the top players so
Yeah,
far?
among the top players, this was the only win.
Now, what kind of winning chances does Yevgeny have here against Fabiano?
But after f takes e5, I believe some moves have been played, just we don't have them here. So we will be back to this game a little bit later. Meanwhile, we will check. Oh no, this game has been finished. So, whom do we have?
All right, this was a draw.
Okay, this game is board number 7. Maybe we can take a look at the results because I see, if I am right, I see that only two boards out of the top 10 are still in progress. All the others.
One is Fabiano.
Oh no,
well, Nihal's train we've seen is that's a draw. They've drawn.
Yeah, they
so
have.
That result is
updated.
missing. And Alexei Shirov has just finished, of course, as well with a draw. Sashi Kirin seems to be winning his game, so he moves up the leaderboard. There we are.
Okay, back to Karana's game.
Sure.
Queen d7 was played.
So e6 was allowed.
Check, check. And queen d5 offering the queen straight. Queen d5, knight d5, and players reached move 40, so now they will get additional 50 minutes. I think it's good news for Evgeny Nair, because when you're playing for a win, you are you really need this time more than the player who is defended.
Black threatens knight f4 check, and knight takes e6. So white would do what, Anna? King g4, but then king e7. So this e6 pawn is basically going, yeah? We can say, or knight c7, of course.
Seems like Fabiano's position has improved a lot, because I don't see the way how to comfortably save this pawn, or something has been played.
Played king g4.
Oh well, but let's say king g4, king e7. Bishop h3, that's how we're going to. Knight before this pawn knight game, is it win?
That's a good question. It looks a bit dangerous for black.
But it's the only way we can hold the pawn.
Well, maybe king, yes.
Or we can check it.
I'm not sure that
this can be lost, of course.
This can be lost, definitely. I think black
e4.
should avoid this.
But also it can be a draw.
It's winnish.
It's winnish. the word I introduced today.
Okay, we now have an interview. So Milan, over to you.
Thank you very much. We are joined by Grandmaster Alexei Shirov, who just drew his game with Alireza Firouzja. Grandmaster, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Could you very briefly summarize the key moments of the game for us?
Well, I believe that nowadays in press conference, it's the interviewer who should summarize the game because normally you could have a look with a computer and I could not. So how can I summarize? The game was very complicated. All I can say is that I feel I was clearly worse, maybe lost, and so I'm happy to draw.
So you're happy to draw. What are your thoughts about the second part of the tournament? You gradually made your way to the top. Now it's a rest day in front of us, and now the key part starts. So how do you feel about the coming period?
Well, I mean, there are 5 more rounds to go, so okay, I have to play them, and that's all I can say. There is nothing more to say.
Just a very general question. You became Grandmaster in 1990 when Alireza was born in 2003. That's a big difference. What is the difference between playing with these younger generations? Is there a difference to what is the key difference to your time when you were young?
Okay, I have to say that it's normal. I mean, in almost in every tournament you get very young opponents. In fact, against the same Alireza I played more than 4 years ago when he was only 14 years old. So then it was maybe something special still. But today, okay, he's just one of the world leading grandmasters. So to play against him is just the same as to play against Caruana, Vashila, Graf. Simply they are better chess players than me, and that's not very pleasant, of course. But okay, I have to fight what to do.
And finally, a very quick question. In a few weeks, the match is going to start in Dubai. What are your opinions and predictions about the match?
Well, I'm not so much of predictions. I think Carlsen's chances are slightly better. That's all I can say.
Okay, that's a fair assessment. Grandmaster, thank you very much for joining us, and good luck with the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much, Milan, and thank you, Alexei, who drew his game. Alexei, I'm sure he has many, many fans around the world, and especially here in Latvia, following his progress, following his games, and we're happy to see him doing so well in this tournament. So there we see Fabiano Caruana.
The players
sorry, Anna, go on.
No, I can continue. I just wanted to say that players reached move 40, and they will get additional 50 minutes. And after King G4 was the last move played by Yevgeny, and yeah, a big question what to do.
Okay, we will certainly come back to this game right after the break, and then all the others as well. We'll bring you up to date with the results and the game still in progress. So Anna and I will be back in a couple of minutes. So we'll see you then.
Jan has an aggressive, intuitive style. He has a good feeling for chess, especially when he plays with initiative, and he likes to put pressure on his opponents. He's just overall confident and full of ideas. He can play extremely well in it, and if he comes to the match at his very best, then maybe he can play better than Magnus. World Championship, it's far more intense because you can't really afford to make a mistake or let your guard down. The pressure and the stress of the match is the most difficult part. Everything is challenging. It's non-stop chess, that you go from thinking about the game to playing the game to thinking about the next game. It's definitely going to be an enormously difficult match for both of them.
Yes, and welcome back, everyone. And pressure, Anna. Is Fabi under a little bit of pressure here? I think he is, huh?
Definitely he is. He has been thinking for already quite a long period of time, and I think he's kind of thinking of if he should go for king e7, taking this pawn but giving the c5 pawn, or maybe some other ideas like perhaps knight b4, or I don't know what else can be possible.
Knight b4, that's true. And what do we say? If king e7, bishop a3 is...
Bishop a3 is the problem, because if there was no bishop a3, black would be completely okay. But since the beginning of the game, he's struggling, yeah?
And if knight c7, Anna, instead of king e7, if black starts with knight c7, then white's king, I suppose, comes across or not? Knight c7, maybe? Should white give up the g5 pawn? Bring his king over?
Of course, it's tempting to bring the king to the center, but maybe there is something else. Maybe we can give the e6 pawn, somehow protect the g5 pawn, and then bring the king to e4, d5. That's another idea I have in my
They've made this is move 40, is it?
Yeah. 41 even.
41.
King g4 move number 41.
Just wondering why we have the 000 on Fabiano's clock time.
Because sometimes it doesn't add immediately, especially on the screens.
Right.
But it's definitely added on the clock.
Right, okay. Good. Now, why don't we maybe skip over to the women's event and catch up there, for example, on Lei Tingji's game.
Yeah, let's give more love to the women, yeah?
More love?
Yes.
Okay.
This is board number
this
one.
Position. Board number one, that's
board
right.
Board number one in the women's section, Lei Tingji against Jolanta Zawadzka.
Very sharp as well.
It's the game where white sacrificed the pawn for the positional compensation. Right. Now, actually, the material is equal.
It's black's move. And let's think of what she might want to do.
But it looks like it's white who is playing for a win. This pawn on e6 is very strong. We can see Jolanta Zawadzka on the screen. Also, bishop pair is still there. Queen c5 was the last move. Queen f3, well, there is a check, but after king g1, I don't see...
No follow-up, no, not really.
Yeah, no follow-up, and this queen will be under
looks like she's about to make a move. Queen has...
Queen
Is it queen f5? Queen h5 to f5, all right. So black, actually rook takes e6 is not a threat because of
queen
c8 check, indeed. That's right. But still, black has all her pieces protecting each other, you see? Everything is protecting something else, more or less. Maybe white should play just a safe move, maybe like king g1.
Yeah, that's exactly the move I was thinking about.
Yeah, king g1.
So there will be no check over the diagonal. Also, the queen is free. The bishop on f2 is now protected. Lei Tingji on our screen.
All right, so we both like king g1. Maybe then Jolanta would think of maybe like king h7 or something to try to eliminate this e6 pawn. I mean, black has no weaknesses, really. pieces, all the pieces stand quite well.
Maybe we can also consider some other moves besides King G1.
This is, so I think I just asked you, this is move 40, is it?
43.
Oh, 43, sorry.
So the girls got additional 30 minutes, yeah? 30 minutes. But they have already spent some time.
Right.
And now white is down to 10 minutes and black has 15. Jolanta Zawadzka, who has a very good tournament, and also she had a couple of good results on the previous events. I believe she got many rating points within the last few months.
I think you mentioned, Anna, was it yesterday, that she nearly made a GM norm? Just probably her last event before this one?
No, she played many more after that one, but like 2 months ago, she was close to score a GM norm. She played quite well at the Women's World Team Championship. Also, she had a great result on at the Polish Team Championship, which finished not so long ago. I think she was the best female player there.
There we see she's just played her king to h7.
King G1 was played and King A7 was
Oh,
played.
hey,
You guessed.
Yeah, I got them both. So if you don't know what else to do in chess, then you can always improve your king.
Or you can think about the ideas, prophylactical ideas, from your side and from the side of your opponent.
That's right. So now black is trying to eliminate the e6 pawn by moving her king onto that square. So white no longer has queen c8 check after rook takes e6. So what do we think Lei Tingji can do here? It's quite sharp, isn't it, this position? Is e7 possible?
I was going to ask you about that.
Yeah.
E7 is tempting. If there is no sacrifice on e7, then e7 is definitely the move to make. But what if knight takes?
Oh, it's possible. I see. Yeah.
Wait, take on e8
takes.
and bishop e4 in the end. Maybe it's losing. We take, and
bishop
then
before
we
the
have
end,
bishop
correct. Ouch. Okay. So black would have to do something else. Moves like rook d2 maybe. It's a bit strange, Anna, isn't it, with this white bishop on b7, you know, with a fianchetto bishop on g2, it would look more normal, the position, let's say.
Yeah, also like after knight e7, we can play bishop e4 immediately.
Oh, we didn't see that. That's an important point. Well spotted. So the king not so well placed on h7 after all. So e6, e7 is certainly a logical move.
Maybe let's check the other games.
Okay, and we'll come back
Because
to
we
this
have
one.
actually many games that are still in progress on the top boards. This one between Harika Dornovale and Nina Batsiashvili, end game with a pawn up. Harika has chances to win this, but of course not so many pawns on the board, and that gives good drawing chances for black. What do you think?
Okay, yeah,
Draw
sure.
or win for white?
I think I'm going to say...
Win for black.
No, not win for black. I'm going to say draw, but I can see that white has a real chances here. Maybe f4, for example, or f3 or f4. No, not f3 because of rook e2 check.
It's
maybe
like
f4.
trading one more pawn, but we will have to do it in order to create a pass pawn. And
so my prediction is a draw here.
okay, yeah, that's logical. Some rook b4, rook b5 checks.
And Nino has quite a bit more time than her opponent.
33 minutes for Nino and 10 minutes for Harika. No, actually, it's not true.
Oh, that's not true.
At the
No, I see. That's yes.
So it's wrong.
We can see 21 minutes.
And when she moves away the rook, we all know how much time White has.
For Nino, yeah. Okay.
Okay,
So,
but that's clear.
Only two results there really possible, which either Harik will win or Black will succeed in
Yeah, likely a draw.
getting a draw. Okay, which other games are still going on, Anna, among the top players?
Munguntul facing Polina Shavalova on board 7.
Oh, we haven't been looking at this game at all, have we? Munguntul
No.
from Mongolia. She has a very good position. She seems to be winning.
Oh, White is completely winning. Yeah. Exchange up and yeah, this pawn is...
Well, that's a little bit of a surprise. And
this one, the game between Alexandra Kostanyuk and Vantika is an important one. It's board number 6. White
well, this has been
looks-
a crazy game. It seems that White is just winning there.
Yeah, just a queen for a rook. And it's even White to move, so White can start with the checks.
This
Or
must-
without the checks. Just...
This is just a completely one position for Alexandra. So she will move back up the rankings before the free day, having lost yesterday. Always good to bounce back, Anna.
Yeah,
Isn't
sure.
it, after a bad day, to bounce back with a nice win?
And Elizabeth on board 2.
Yes, and what's happening here?
Oh, is it winning or is it a draw? It may be a draw.
It may very well be a draw. This is one of those. You can have the table-based option.
Ah, really? I forgot about it. Yeah, I have the table-based option, and yeah, it's a draw. We can show our viewers.
So whichever move White plays, there's this. This is a theoretical draw, in other words.
Yeah, Black needs to keep this bishop on this diagonal so that White doesn't play king g5 and rook b7. And if Black keeps the bishop, let's say, on e3 and then on d2, when White checks, the king goes to h6, and it's just impossible to make any progress here. So it's quite an easy draw.
Well,
Good
well
result
done.
for Elizabeth.
Exactly, yeah, because she was under pressure here in this game. We saw earlier. So she'll be very happy, I think, with a draw here, assuming she achieves that and keeps her nicely placed in the tournament.
Yeah, she is one of the leaders right now, one of 5
And her
leaders.
second successive Black game as well. Yeah.
Yesterday,
okay.
yeah.
That's right.
So
Plenty of games still going on.
Oh, we can see Jessie Ferrer. She's still playing. Just a second, let me check her game. She was completely lost after the opening, but here, look at that. She managed to get the pawn to b7.
And wow.
Oh, now it's not that hopeless at all. So king a3 was the last move.
There she is.
If knight b4, maybe she will just take, yeah?
Sacrifice?
Just sacrifice and bring the king to c7. Is she on time? This, okay, king d8.
And now
And now just stay with it.
Or not? How?
Okay, maybe let's make it in a wiser way.
King a6
Let's
first
go
and
there,
then
yeah.
come back. Exactly, yeah. Exactly, and then king b6.
This would be important for Jessie. She started with 0 out of 5, and she was close to lose this one as well.
That's right.
But she was fighting.
This was the dragon where Black played this knight takes b2 move, wasn't it?
Yeah, now she's close to hold it.
Well, now king f7 has been played. Madara is one of the local Latvian players. King g7, f7.
So maybe Black wants to play knight b4 after king a4, but now you can try to bring the rook.
Oh, because she's sort of getting to temper then.
It's not important, I think, in this position. But it gives additional options to White.
So king a4, you think?
King a4, even something like rook b6 is interesting. But maybe no, we're not on time. Like
What would happen after king a4?
Just,
Sorry, and a king a4, and if knight b4, king b5, simply march the king up.
yeah, this is interesting.
She's played, I think, king a4. And then swing the rook round to h2, or something like that.
Yeah, this king f7 actually
This
makes
could be,
no sense.
Could be
yeah.
dangerous, couldn't it, for black?
Yeah, now it can be dangerous for black after king b5. But even if we take on b4, then well, this tempo doesn't matter. So better to it was better to play knight b4 immediately.
So Jesse may have maybe on the way to victory, in fact. after all, I like king b5 here. Why not?
How is it said when there is a pass pawn on the 6th rank, it's worth a piece, yeah? And when it's on the 7th, it's even more.
It's worth a piece.
Yeah, I heard. Like in the end game. These
Well,
pawns are really very dangerous.
There we are. Which moves have been played, Anna?
No,
Has she taken the...
Yeah, it seems like she took, but why didn't she play king b5?
What was wrong with king b5? Did they have this position?
Yeah, they had it.
But in fact, she sacrificed exchange, did she, on b4?
Just a second. Yeah, she sacrificed and she played king b4.
But if we just go back there, had she played king a4 to b5, doesn't she have... Instead of sacrificing, had she played king b5, does she not have serious winning chances?
I think she has, but she missed this. Maybe black should already try to... I don't know what black should try to. d5, but...
d5,
Okay, d5, we just ignore.
King b6, sure. Well, this looked very promising, I have to say. But this didn't happen, and she did give up her rook for the knight on b4.
And now it looks like the game is going to be ended in a draw, yeah?
Right. Or does white still have chances?
No, I don't believe.
Because if she keeps a g4 pawn, even if black plays d5 to exchange... Well, we'll come back to this game maybe. It's nice that they're still playing. And the result is uncertain.
But I mean, even if just king e7, king b5, if I play king d8, king b6, and d5.
Takes...
I think it's only black who can win this.
Should we pop back now to Fabiano's game, Anna, and see how things have moved on, if they have moved on?
Just this. King e7 has been played, bishop a3.
Right.
And what did he prepare?
He hasn't moved yet. So white is clearly the one here with winning chances. Bishop a3, knight b4 we think is a lost pawn ending, Anna?
We didn't actually calculate, but we just assumed it's lost. Let's try to calculate. Takes. This. I think a5 should be played.
Which game is that, Anna? That's finished?
It's board number 6. Alexandra Kostenyuk
She must have won, surely.
Yeah, with a queen. Queen versus rook.
Okay, so a good win for Alexandra. Keeps her up among the leaders. Or just off the lead, maybe. That's Fabiano.
Okay, a5. Now maybe even h4 is the move.
Right.
H4, king d6, king d4, there's this, there's
A
this.
race.
Okay, but A8 will control.
A8 is going to be arriving first, yeah.
So what
Bishop
did he propose?
A3, I think black should just give up this, just be a pawn down and play...
So take this one? Or play king d6?
If king d6, what would happen?
I'm expecting king f3.
Right.
Knight c3, bishop c5.
Yes, that's the problem, isn't it? So, it doesn't really help black.
So maybe to take on e6. After all, take, and now think about something here.
Knight c3.
And knight c3.
A3 or A4.
After both of these moves, king d5 comes. So maybe a4, king d5.
King d5. And bishop b4, perhaps?
I thought about putting it on f8.
Okay. Far away.
Far away so that I don't run into some fork. What do you think about this one? I mean, in general, draw in this game or win for white? Something went wrong. Yeah, because Fabiano played king e7 and now he's unsure what to play after bishop a3. Bishop a3 was definitely expected.
Well, I think he needs to be careful, certainly. I mean, black's king on d5 is just about on the best square, isn't it? So, in order to win, what does white have to do? He has to bring his king round to the queen's side?
Try to create a pass pawn here, and then so that black king goes to that side, and then we bring the kings there. But already the first step is difficult. Try to create a pass pawn.
Create a pass pawn. That's right. Yeah.
And even if the pass pawn is created, black can stay with the knight. So I don't know.
And black would try to just blockade the pawn on a white square, right?
True. I mean, just even king e4. So that the king doesn't get out.
Which are the games, Anna, of the top ones that we should keep up on, or other games in the open section? And we'll come back to Fabi.
In the open section, I think only this one. Alexander Pratke against Krishan Sisakaran. Here we have the players on the screen.
Okay, this seemed to be still obviously a clear advantage for black. 2 pawns up.
Yeah, it's just absolutely losing, but maybe earlier it was even a forced win. Somehow with the queens it looked even more dangerous, but okay, it's technically winning.
Bishop c1 has just been played. Right, yeah.
Yeah, just check or rook b1.
Alexander played that magnificent game earlier, didn't he, in the tournament? Was it round 1 where he gave his queen up?
Round 2, I guess.
2.
He came to the interview after that. A really nice game with a positional queen sacrifice and then this wonderful attack.
But here it looks like it's not going his way at all. And good result for Sacha Killam. He won yesterday, I believe. I forget who he played yesterday, but looks like he's winning again today. Two pawns up.
Yesterday he beat Fedoseev.
Oh, he beat Fedoseev.
And he got another Russian.
And another point, it looks like. Rook b3 check.
Rook b3.
King h2.
No, I think rook f3.
Rook f3.
Rook f3 and rook f2. Well, it's just completely winning. Fabiano, did he make any move? No.
Not yet. Not
So
after.
maybe let's check the girls.
Sure.
This was
Jesse's game.
Jesse's game, king b4, d5 immediately.
As you, I think you said, yeah. Then e4.
Yeah, she still has to work for this draw.
She does.
Yeah, instead of king b5 and trying even to win. What about the top boards? Munguntul beat Shuvalova. Well, we
She won
expected that to
game. All right,
happen.
okay.
It's board number 7. So after that, Munguntul will be on 4 points out of 6. But the top 3 boards, they are still in progress. So Harika Dranovali.
And there we are. We see them on our screen. That's great, isn't it? The top 3 games.
Yeah, nice.
Lots of hard-fought games today, and a couple of quick victories as well that we've seen. And many, many exciting struggles and sacrifices and things of that nature. So it's been a good day's chess, and still plenty to look forward to. So a pawn up for white.
Yeah, but this just looks like a draw to me. 3 versus 2 and all the pawns on one side. So
I agree.
Well, this is not so exciting anymore.
This game, this was very exciting.
This was interesting, yeah. King h7, bishop d4. Bishop d4. Okay. Rook e5 was a threat.
Right, well, also the knight.
And also the knight in d5 is hanging now.
I think we missed that move, bishop d4.
It's just not a very stable. A queen g4 was played, bishop d5, rook to d4, and bishop g2, and also Yolanta played some move.
Okay, the bishop got back home to after its adventures on b7. It's back on g2.
Bishop, welcome home.
Yeah. And is this the current position, Anna?
Rook a4. Rook a4, the move that was played.
Rook a4 was played.
It's not so pleasant for black.
Look at the times. Lei Tingzhi with less than 2 minutes now in which to finish the game, correct? And now they have 30 seconds increment as well.
So I expect her to play e7. Let's try to push it.
e7, why not?
Oh, no, she didn't. She moved. I think she moved the queen somewhere.
What did she play? Queen e5.
Queen e5.
Trying to, still looking at possibly playing bishop e4 check. Queen e5.
Maybe bishop d3.
Bishop d3, yes. To cover that dangerous diagonal. Why not?
Yeah, but it
but
doesn't
bishop
control
c6. Is there bishop c6
and
there?
e7. I think that we need the bishop on b5. Maybe rook a2. But a difficult position for black.
Still, yes. Level material, but white has this powerful pawn on e6, which can move to e7 just about whenever it wants to. And white's king is safer than black's, certainly.
How is Elizabeth doing? Okay, it's more or less the same. Like bishop
Right.
c1.
Looks like they've just finished the game there, or have they? Is that just to get new
Or maybe
score
they
sheets?
got... No. Yeah, game over.
Game over. So that will be a draw. Good defense from Elizabeth. And an important half point for her. Keeps her up among the leaders.
So only two games on the top. Harika, which will likely finish in a draw very soon, and this one. This one is interesting. If Lei Tingzhi wins
she
this game,
wins-
she will be the sole leader of the tournament.
Hmm.
So she will definitely try to win this.
And she has real chances.
Yeah, she has very good chances.
So queen c5 to e5 was the last move.
Centralization.
I suppose black could play queen d4 check or not, Anna, to swap queens? Or is that a poor move?
Take, take. I thought about bishop e4 and bishop g6. That's why I was not sure this queen trade is possible.
I see. Bishop e4 check, yes. That is awkward, to say the least.
Yeah, even though white has less time left, but I think the difference is not big, just 1 minute difference. 2 minutes for white and a bit more than 2 minutes for black, but it's just much easier to play it with white
Dangerous
pieces.
position for black, isn't it? Very dangerous. Yeah, one mistake from black and the game can be more or less over. Queen e5, quite a strong move and a tricky move as well. Queen d4 check looks like it might just lose.
Back to Fabi.
Back to Fabi by all means, but we should keep an eye on this. I think we'll try to come back to this soon.
He played king. Okay, it's just one more king d6, king f3. We will check 5 games in the women's section and we'll see Fabi making only one move. Then again, 5 games in the women's section.
Oh look, there's a move there from Jolanta.
Okay, what did she
Let's
play?
see what she played. What did she play in this position?
h5. She's preparing. She prepared this queen d4
To have
check.
h6 for her king. Interesting.
Yeah, to have h6 for the king, but
And
rook c5 is
she
possible.
just glancing at the clock there, we saw. h6 to h5. Now, why not e7, Anna?
I think white has many good moves here. e7, rook c5, or bishop e4.
If bishop e4 check, is Jolanta going to put a king on h6? Maybe.
I don't know. But then rook d1, rook d6. After
Also,
h7.
she may be looking for counterplay, Anna, with h4 herself for black, to play h5, h4 and try to open up white's king a little bit. That might also be in her mind. So, 47 seconds, and Lei Tingji has made her move.
c to d1, yeah.
Rook cd1. Preventing
Stopping.
queen d4 check, yeah, I guess. If nothing else, she prevents the queen exchange.
Now maybe h4. I'm trying to get some counterplay.
Well, sure.
Jolanta is the one who likes chewing the gums.
I was going to say before, and I didn't say it, but yes. Does she always chew gum? Did you
Yeah,
know?
like
Always.
like every game.
Every game.
Every game the same story.
Really, yeah?
It has been for years.
Interesting. We'll just stick with this game for a move or two because it's actually really critical now, and it also does, of course, directly affect the leaders here. If Lei Tingji wins, then she goes to clear first. Rook a2 she's played. Is that good or not?
But after a rook d4, where does the queen go?
Good question. Where does the queen go after rook d4?
Maybe she takes on g2 and bishop c6. Okay, let me.
She'll have to
I
give up the
became
exchange.
lazy. Let's work. So a rook d4.
Just explain that she has to give up the exchange, Anna, yeah, because otherwise bishop e4.
Yeah, otherwise
That
this.
is definitely not the way to play, so she'll have to give up the exchange.
But after bishop c6, bringing the queen to f3, it's unclear.
And Lei Tingji down to inside 20 seconds, and she has to just make a move. Bishop b4 check, it looks like. Very tense moments here. This is board 1.
I think
no,
king
not board 1,
h8.
sorry. It's not board 1, but...
it is board 1.
Oh, it is board 1 in this event, yeah. Check, king h8. King h6 was a bit too risky.
King h6, I think, just rook d6 or e7.
Right.
I don't know.
Sure. So White has sidestepped this exchange sacrifice on g2. Move to bishop to e4 with check. King has gone back, and now she has to make a move quickly, and she's played
Rook d5 or something like that.
Has she played rook d5?
She played rook d7.
Wow. Rook d7.
Yeah, if bishop takes, she takes. Then, of course, if black takes,
then that's checkmate.
then it's checkmate. If black takes the pawn, then checkmate comes from here. Rook d7, very powerful move.
Rook d7. Look at that.
Actually, Lei Tingji is a good tactical player, so no surprise she found rook d7 here. But maybe if she goes rook d5, then okay, we have the problem with the pawn on e6, yeah.
Well, I'm not sure, but rook d7, and Jolanta has made a move. What has she played?
I didn't see. I think
Rook e2 to stop a pair of rooks. Is that what she's played? If rook takes rook, then she has to take with the bishop. But you would expect white to be winning this in different ways now. Bishop takes e2, only move. Possibly rook takes g7, Anna.
Queen
There
g7.
may be other moves. Does h3 not win?
h3,
What's wrong with h3?
maybe the easiest one.
She's played it, yeah?
Yeah. Maybe Jolanta
h3 is a
will
winning
resign
move.
here.
Yeah, that just wins. Very powerful chess, rook d7. Very strong, and also with hardly any time left.
A really good game by Lei Tingji.
And that's it. The black queen cannot leave the defense of g7. It's just no moves. So this will put Lei Tingji back into the lead, the sole lead. Right? With, is it 5 out of 6?
5 out of 6.
And she's playing very well, isn't she?
Yeah, I agree. The game between Alexandra Predka and Krishan Sashikarian has just ended. What happened in that game?
Looks like Alexander's lost.
Yeah,
I would
seems
say
like.
from that. And there we see 1-0, 1-0. And congratulations to Lei Tingji for a good win. Another strong performance from her. And outright leader after 6 games with 5 out of 6. And into the free day as well, so she'll be very happy. Now, what about Fabi?
2 days ago, she had a nice interview where she said she's really happy to be here. It's not so easy to travel these
That's right.
days from China, but she's really glad to be here. And it's her first tournament after 2 years.
Goodness me.
A really long break, so,
Wow.
and she's leading. Great news.
Well done to her. And hard luck to Jolanta, but still 5 games to go. There's Fabi. And Anna, the latest position, has anything happened?
Okay, they made one move. King e4, knight d5. So now some waiting move like h3 or h4. Knight c3 or... Will knight be trapped there? I mean some line like c3, knight c3, king d3, knight a2. Then takes, and... this. No, black is in time. Black is on time,
king
yeah?
d5.
King d5 and a5. So what to do?
So
maybe not to take this knight immediately. Just so let's say h3.
Okay. Check.
Let's play this game again. Check, take. Take. And okay, the knight.
And now what? King c4 or something? I mean, white's still better, right?
Then I am actually thinking if I need a pawn on h3 or h4. What if we play h4 and get the same, like this, this king c4 or king c4, or maybe no, we don't have time for something else because the king will come to
d5.
To d5, so king c4.
Now what's black's plan? He's going to play king f5, g4 and give up his knight?
Yeah, that's why I actually prefer to have the pawn on h4, because I don't need to lose time on playing h4 after king f5. Or he can try to get the knight out, knight c1, knight e2.
Okay, we're going to keep the game on the camera on Fabiano here against Yevgeny. And Anna, we're going to have a little break, just a few minutes, and then we'll be right back with the follow-up to this game, of course, and any other results and games we'll also bring you up to date with. So we'll see you, Anna and I, in a couple of minutes.
The World Chess Championship. The champion, Magnus Carlsen. The challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Watch the only Twitch broadcast with live video from Dubai on chess.com/TV. Your home for the World Chess Championship.
The new Chess.com events page has arrived. Find all the games from top tournaments around the world, as well as championships played right here on Chess.com. Explore each game and even vote on who you think will win their matchups. Review standings, schedules, key information, and find links to all the top news surrounding each event. Head to chess.com/events today and experience your favorite tournaments like never before.
Yes, and welcome back, everyone. And here we are live from Riga, Latvia. It's day 6, round 6, here at the FIDE Chess.com Grand Swiss and Women's Grand Swiss. And we can see there on our screens Fabiano Caruana. Under some pressure, Anna, he's a pawn down in a knight versus bishop ending. But not much has happened, has it, in the last sort of half an hour or so?
Right, he has been a pawn down for already like 2 hours. And but he's fighting, he's trying to save this game. 95, now it's white to move. We actually haven't decided like which move do we think is the best here for white. We considered h3, h4, maybe even king d3. Why didn't we take a look at king d3? What's wrong with
I
king
suppose
d3?
knight f4 check would happen, wouldn't it? Knight f4 check and knight takes.
Knight f4. And yeah, then bring the king to c6. I don't think
And
white will
probably,
have real chances to win this.
Right.
So it looked more promising after h4. Anything else to consider? I have another idea. What about e7?
Okay, e7 forces knight takes.
I go here.
Oh, that's a nice idea. That is a nice idea.
But maybe this is a draw. If a knight c6 takes king e6 and just stay with the knight.
Right.
Difficult to penetrate with the king. It's like a blockade.
Black will just move his knight backwards and forwards. But a nice idea, e7 followed by b4.
I tried. It didn't work, but I tried. So h4, yeah? h4, knight c3.
Does black have to play knight c3 check, Anna? What about if he chooses another move?
Which one? He cannot keep on staying, because after knight e7,
Then you'll
then
play
knight
b4, will
king
you?
d3. And
What would happen after knight e7?
knight e7, I thought king d3.
King d3.
You want to
Knight
play
back to d5. And at some point,
I don't know, I don't believe in knight e7. No.
maybe now you'll move b4 as well.
But
Well,
it's more or less the same. Yeah?
More or less the same.
You
b4, king
take
6
and-
pawn. Right. Agreed.
So Fabiano has good chances to save this one. A very difficult game for Fabiano.
Okay, so try knight e7 again, Anna. Knight e7. And if
king d3,
king d3, then black moves his knight again somewhere. Knight. Just to so when you come to c4, I just check you.
yeah, I understand. Maybe also king d5, or you prefer knight d5.
Also king d5.
Okay, let's say I like this knight d5.
Not to play into this line with knight c3, just to sort of try to keep this.
But just a second. Now we play e7.
That is true.
Now we play e7.
That is true. Yeah.
And
And
here.
king c4 and
Okay.
problems. Even there, but still, yeah, okay. And king d5 here.
If I try bishop b2, bishop f6. Maybe now knight
f5.
Knight
yes,
f5.
knight f5. Now I take, of course, on e6. It's nothing.
Draw.
Yeah, nothing straightforward about this endgame. And Okay, Yevgeny about to make a move.
He played e7.
E7 he's played. Maybe with your idea of b4 afterwards.
Yeah, maybe he heard. Okay, knight takes.
Will take. Knight takes e7.
So before otherwise,
b4.
yeah.
Okay, Anna. Exactly as you were saying. So we expect the knight to simply move somewhere. Maybe knight c6, did we say?
Yeah, knight c6 and then keep in the fortress.
And then king e6. Seems to be the way to do it, to prevent white's king coming in. Or I guess he could start with king e6 as well.
It's more or less the same, I agree. But knight c6 kind of forces white to take on c5. After king e6, white has some other options as well.
Yeah. Just to, and obviously this game is still going on, Anna, and we'll stay with it, but just to, let's sort of review this game for people maybe who joined a bit late.
So it was a long...
the opening stages, yeah, just quickly. It was this line of the Sicilian.
4-knight variation,
yeah.
And it continued with this sharp line. And this is how the game developed. This is still a well-known theory where white is left without castling, f5, e takes f6.
So they're both moving quite fast, weren't they, in the opening?
Yeah, they're having quite some games in this position. After a bishop b7, white played rook d1.
Right.
And now this important idea for black to play rook c8, threatening. Okay, not like threatening, but with the idea to push c5.
Sure.
G4. Rook g1. Black played rook f8. Here we saw the bishop straight and rook f7, king f1.
That's right.
Queen b6. So somewhere at this point we started expecting an endgame, but it didn't come soon.
No, not now anyway.
After king g1, black had a chance to trade queens, but black played rook c6, and maybe that was a mistake because black's king on e8 wasn't in the safe position. And after d5, g5, black was already in troubles.
Maybe he missed his queen e2 move.
Maybe he missed this idea with queen e2.
Which prevents knight d5.
Preventing knight d5.
Just show us again why knight d5 fails.
Knight d5.
Rook takes, that's right.
Falls into rook d5 and bishop c5 idea. And
rook takes, rook check, very important.
It's a check.
So maybe there was a critical moment there, and the advantage swung definitely over to white, didn't it? After that, he had to play knight g8.
Yeah, and then
kind
he
of
tried
regroup a bit.
Yeah, then he tried to glue his position.
His position back together again. And he kind of succeeded.
He kind of succeeded. A few moves later, he sacrificed a pawn. So this is this is the moment when this happened. Rook d5. Black's position is really very dangerous. These two pawns are weak. The king is weak. Bishop f6 was a serious threat. So black decided to give the pawn, but trade the rooks. Then the king was much safer. And then a few moves later, also the queens were off.
And there we are, more or less up
and
to date now. So he's played e7.
Before knight c6,
knight
b takes
c6 as
e5.
we expected. Check, king e6. Exactly,
Bishop c1,
bishop c1.
and knight e7. I think it's the same, like knight c7 or knight e5.
Now, is this just a dead draw, Anna, or are there any chances at all? The knight stays on c6. What plan does white have to try to win?
Try to bring the king to a5. Or, okay, first to c4. So bishop d2 first. Okay, black has to stay. Maybe white wants to bring the bishop first to c3 or to g3. Maybe to d6 or f6.
All right, well, black will always have a square for his knight.
Yeah, but yeah, then knight a7 or knight a5 will be played. So what's the best position for the bishop? Where do we want to have it?
But how does it matter? I mean, does it matter? Sorry, does it matter where the bishop goes? I mean,
I actually like the bishop on c1, having the bishop on c1.
actually, maybe at some point with the king on c4, Anna, when black moves his knight, if that scenario arises, white could play c6 and sort of try to get his king into c5.
I think that when the king comes to c4, black may try to stay with king e5, but okay, the e5 square can be controlled by the bishop.
Right.
So when the king comes to c4, we give a check from a5 or e5.
Well, put the bishop on c3 then, maybe. Maybe play bishop c3.
Oh, meanwhile, the game between Jesse February and Kausta Madara.
It looks like black won that game after all.
Yeah, after a long fight, finally.
Well, Jessie certainly had her chances in that position that we saw. We even thought she had winning chances, actually, at one point. So, hard luck to her, but a long struggle anyway against local one of the local ladies here in Latvia. So, Anna, I was thinking if the bishop stays on c3.
That's what he did. He brought the bishop to c3. It's very good because when the king is on c4, then there are no checks. Not from e5 and not from a5.
So knight somewhere, king d4.
Knight somewhere, king d4. Knight back, king c4.
King c4. Now, what does black do here?
Knight has to stay. You can't move the king. So, for example, I don't know.
Now, should white be thinking of playing c6 here?
That's the idea.
I mean, white could play a4 maybe first and not rush to a4 and then wait and then... I don't see another way for white to try to win, do you, other than playing this, c6?
So you prefer... Sorry, you prefer the pawn on a4 or a5? Like, which position would you like to have? Because with the bishop, you can always put into a Zugzwang.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. I quite like the pawn on a4, to be honest.
So this pawn on a4, yeah?
All right, so let's say black...
Or you want a3 and then let's say have this
subtle. To keep the bishop on c3, sure. And at some point we play c6, this kind of position.
c6 to
king
get
c5.
c5.
Now what's going to happen?
I guess king d7 has to be played, king b6. And...
knight somewhere, and then when white takes on a6, black will play, what, king c6?
If king c6, then you get a5, king a7.
What should black play here, do you think? He has to move his knight, no? You think he's going to save this?
Good question, I don't know.
He's really playing a great event, Yevgeny, isn't he? Even that game with Saric, he ought to have won. Just made that one slip, and Ivan Saric escaped a couple of days ago.
Yeah, he told me he didn't even see the idea with bishop f6.
Did he not? Oh, right.
He didn't. Okay,
After
that's
black played f5.
that's actually easier because if you saw the idea, but then you kind of just missed one move, it's even more painful than not seeing the
So
idea
he
at
simply
all.
didn't see it. I think when Saric played f5, he took en passant more or less instantly, didn't he? Just played g takes
Okay, he
f6.
just had 2 minutes on the clock, so he
Right.
didn't have much time.
Yeah.
But he didn't even consider the idea with bishop f6.
So, but here he has real chances to win here. Let's keep an eye on the. So what's the actual game position, Anna?
Against the top player.
Against the top player. That's right. So the current position, Anna, is which one?
Yeah, the current position is far from where we got in our analysis, but king d4, I think this is the... Yeah, king d4 is the last one.
King d4 has been played.
Okay, there are actually no other ideas. We cannot move the king. We can't let king d5 or king e5, so we have to stay with the knight.
Could black play king f5 here?
You can, but are you really going to take on g5?
Well,
I think white can build more or less any construction they want.
Maybe just a4, for example.
Just
yeah?
a4, yeah. So after a4, I believe black has to go to e6. And it's more or less the same position we had.
Right.
So let's say... but we wanted to have this position with white to move. Therefore, we need...
But even there, maybe after king e6, white could play c6. No, a4, king e6.
Yeah, possible.
c6.
Okay, but once again, even
a3, like
with the bishop, we can
move up and yeah, right. Always lose a move.
So king e6. Let's say a4, king f5.
Anna, excuse me, sorry to interrupt. We now have an interview. So Milan, over to you.
Thank you very much. We are joined by Jessie February, who just lost her 6th game in a row here at the tournament.
Well, don't say that.
Thank you. Okay, it's a fact.
Okay.
It happens. It happens, Sarah. And actually, most people watching this can relate much more to you than to any one of our guests, I guess, so far. So it's great to have you here, and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Milan, for having me.
So first of all, I truly must ask, I'm sorry, usually we ask the winners, how do they feel? It's a big event and all that. But I'm sorry, I don't mean to be impolite, but I just have to ask. Six lost games in a row. How do you deal with that? And I'm not trying to be facetious or anything like that. It happens to most of us watching it. It would be the same thing. So how do you deal with that? That's a good thing to know from a professional.
Thank you. To be honest, I went into this tournament already having a certain mindset. It's the strongest tournament I've ever played, and also the expectations I had for myself, which is based on the quality of my play rather than the result. So I'm first of all honored to be here and to play. I was selected by the African Chess Federation. So, I mean, to be honest, I love it here. Yeah.
All right, great. I have to ask you this. They usually say that through defeats you learn, and you learn everything. Now, that's never worked in my case, and I've struggled through. When I played a little bit of chess, I was just getting zeros everywhere, and I never felt I learned anything or had the patience. Do you feel you've learned something? What have you learned? How do you make use of this experience?
Well, I'm glad you said that, because I'm making videos about my games every single day. And sure, you learn from your losses, but I think you learn the most when you're analyzing that game afterwards to see which mistakes you made and so on. So I'm very critical of myself and my own play. So I'm always looking for ways to improve. And unfortunately, I don't have as many opportunities to play locally in South Africa. So I grab opportunities like this because I know it's going to grow my chess quite a lot.
All right, and what about your streamers? You stream every night on chess.com and on YouTube your games and the analysis. What comments do you get from them? Do you have support from them? What do they say?
Yeah, so I'm not streaming during this event just because I'm very unsure about the internet connection at the hotel.
All right.
So instead, I'm filming the videos for YouTube. I just started my own YouTube. So when I'm streaming, usually I'm either playing chess or other games, and okay, it's from home then on chess.com and other platforms.
But what do your viewers say? You got feedback from them on the game so far?
Yes,
Because
of
you're
course.
streaming every night after your games, we know that.
The comments on the videos, I've received both positive and negative feedback, but I mostly focus on the positive. A lot of the time, I'm asking questions like, what do you think in this position, as to get feedback from others as well. And I really like that.
So it's a two-way process. They learn as well.
Yeah.
Okay, where do you see your future in chess? Where do you see yourself in chess?
That's such a loaded question. Of course, when I was younger, I wanted to become a professional chess player. But I think as I grew older, I was focusing on my school, on my studies, and I think the element of like competition ran away with me, and I wasn't able to compete as much the older I got. But I do want to sort of make my life in chess, whether it is training others, whether it is streaming, working with chess people, working in media, and that's why I started streaming, because I love chess and I want my life to be in chess.
But because you have this diverse, and this is the final question I'm going to ask you, because you have this diverse and interesting perspective and you want to go just beyond chess and not purely focus, many of the players here, if not most, are purely and only focused on chess and nothing else in their life.
Yeah.
What are they like to be, sort of how it is to socialize with them?
Oh, I've met a lot of people while I've been here. I'm the only one from South Africa playing, so I've had to make friends really fast. And I like how friendly and humble a lot of the top players are. And I think the social aspect of it has been rather easy. Yeah, no complaints.
All right, that's great. Well, thank you so much, and we wish you a lot of success and luck in your
Milan.
training and everything you do. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you very much, Milan, and Jessie February there, and some lovely comments from her. And we're delighted that she's been able to come and take part. And okay, she's lost all her games so far, but today we saw she had real chances, Anna.
Oh yeah, thanks to Milan for this interview. And Jessie, just before you leave, a few words to you. Thanks for coming. It's not so often that the player who lost the game agrees to come to the studio. But Jessie, well done. Just keep on fighting. Today you really had great chances to save your game and even some winning chances. So just keep on fighting. There are many people who are rooting for you, and we wish you good luck in the next games.
Absolutely. And okay, so we look here at the key remaining game, Anna, which is, of course, Yevgeny Najer versus Fabiano Caruana, and white is a pawn up. But before we come back to that, quick check on the results. These are the open results of today.
Yeah, only 2 decisive games so far. On board number 3, Maxim Oshelegrov beat Pavel Pankratov, and Krishan Sashakiran scored an important victory against Alexander Predke.
That's right. And those other games drawn there. And but some of those draws were very hard fought. And okay. Now
Actually, the situation is completely opposite in the women's section. We see many decisive results, many wins for white, and only one win for black. Alina Kashlinskaya beat Olga Gira, her compatriot from Russia.
That's right.
And only 3 draws. So Harika Dornavali already finished her game against Nina Vatsiashvili. And that means that Leighton Gia, after this round, is the sole leader with 5 points out of 6. And of course, there are a couple of players who are just half a point behind.
Okay. Perfect. So here we see developments in this very, very important game. And we see that Fabiano has played King e6 to f5.
No, actually, it's the
what you
position
played.
we
Sorry,
analyzed.
he hasn't
That's
played.
what I played.
What's the position?
He played knight to e7.
He
That's
played
the
knight
current
e7.
position. But we already developed this game much further.
What did we say now? King d4, no? Or a4?
Yes, we wanted.
He's done something else. Bishop e5, is that?
Okay, bishop e5, knight c6.
White doesn't need to hurry, I mean, because black is anyway just compelled to stay put and move his knight backwards and forwards and wait. Knight c6 after bishop e5.
Where is he going to put his bishop?
Let's see what happens. So bishop e5 Anna was played, I think.
And knight c6.
And then he played bishop f4, it looks like.
All right. But the bishop on f4 is staying under king to f5. And it will be attacked there. So, okay, knight e7, I believe.
Knight
no,
b4.
knight b4.
Okay. a3.
Bishop d2.
Bishop d2.
Back. We think that the best chance is to bring the bishop to c3, king to c4, then a4, and try to push c6 when the
give up
knight
the c4
leaves.
to try to get the white king to c5.
Do we keep the pawn on h2 or we try to put it on h4? Sometimes these little details can actually play a very important role.
Absolutely, they can. Yes, he's made a move.
And it's completely unclear now, like what's better, the pawn on h2 or h4. King d2, king d4 played.
Okay, so he left the pawn on a2, king d4.
Knight c6. Of course, it was really bad to take because bishop d2 cut in the knight.
Or even c6. Maybe. Okay, check. Now, can he play king c4?
I think that's what he's going to do. I'm just not sure if it's great to have the bishop on f4, if it's the best square for the bishop.
Because after king c4, can Fabi play king f5 with tempo and try to get to e4?
I think no. I think no. Because when you come to e4, and if I play bishop d2 after king e4, bishop c3, and now you want to stay with the knight.
And again c6? Is that the
yeah,
idea?
again, c6 is the main idea, it seems so.
Otherwise, there's no way through. Otherwise, there's no way through. I'm not sure if we mentioned this earlier, Anna, but these same two players did face each other at one of the FIDE World Cups.
Oh, really? We didn't mention it. We had a little chat before we
chat
started
before
the
the
stream,
game.
like 6 hours ago.
Yeah, 6. And not sure if it was 2017 or thereabouts. And Yevgeny actually eliminated Fabiano from that tournament. I think they drew their 2 classical games.
And then on the tiebreak,
and then in the
Yevgeny won.
tiebreak, even I think in the 3rd game maybe it was that Yevgeny knocked Fabi out. So a little score there, or history, let's say, between the two. So, so it wouldn't be the first time that Yevgeny beats Fabiano, although at classical control it probably would be. He's in check.
All the games have been finished in the women's section. In the open section.
Look at the tournament hall there. Hardly any games still going on as far as we can see.
But there are still, well, quite a few. Maybe you can just check what's going on the other boards, and we can keep the camera on Fabiano's game. Just quickly check because, well, we don't really see many ideas in this position. We're just discussing
I mean, clearly Yevgeny's going to try to win.
Yeah, in which version, like, it's better to push c6.
Where the bishop should stand, whether the pawn should be on a2, a3, or a4, and so on.
Oh, here it's quite empty.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It seems like most of the games are finished. But
okay, there are some going. So this one, Alexander Indich against Kirill Alexeyenko. Pawn up for black. But it's good that these three are kind of blocking these four.
Right.
So
okay,
yeah,
double rook ending.
White has. It's double rook endgame.
Well, 4 rook ending.
Oh, okay. No, I mean after queenless middle games, I like double rook endgames.
Sure, double rook.
Okay, this one will definitely be played.
There we see Kirill Alexeyenko there facing us.
With the, what is the color? No, it's not purple.
A little bit of pink there, I think.
A little bit pink.
Okay, great. So I think, Anna, we're going to have another very short break. And then we have lots to look forward to. Well, principally, we have the Fabiano game, because we absolutely need to stay with that game and see if Fabiano can hold the draw or whether Yevgeny will win.
I think we will definitely stay until this game will be in process here,
That's
right?
So we'll see you all in a couple of minutes.
The World Championship, it's far more intense because you can't really afford to make a mistake or let your guard down. The pressure and the stress of the match is the most difficult part. Everything is challenging. It's non-stop chess, that you go from thinking about the game to playing the game to thinking about the next game. It's definitely going to be an enormously difficult match for both of them.
And welcome back, everyone. And here we have some drama on the chessboard, and then a question, because we think, and it looks like that Fabiano is claiming that if he plays the move knight e7, he will have threefold repetition.
He definitely claims the draw repetition, but I'm not sure if it's with the move like knight e7, but with the move maybe knight c6, because...
Well, they're just shaking hands. That's a draw.
Okay, just a second. So knight e7, if it was knight e7, so knight e7 played on move 50 for the first time. Then again, knight e7 played on move 52. And if it was, yeah, it was this position, and he claims was knight e7. It's really a threefold repetition.
Yeah, but yet we thought that white had real winning chances with this idea of pushing c6 and getting king to c5.
We actually didn't see how black could save it. So Yevgeny, he just missed. He stepped into this threefold repetition.
At the very least, he should have tried it. No, there was nothing to lose. How bizarre! That's the last thing we expected. The very last thing we expected was that the game would be over.
Actually, we expected this game to be in progress for at least an hour.
Absolutely. I don't know if we'll have an interview with either of the players, possibly. But, well, how often do you see that? Not very often.
Well, from time to time, the players, they forget about this threefold repetition. When it comes immediately, like more after move, just then you kind of control. But when you are maneuvering, you don't really keep the pace on how many times exactly the same position has been repeated.
I mean, of course, we're not sure, but it may turn out to be that Yevgeny had real winning chances here, and a bit of a let-off there for Fabiano, to say the least. I wonder what the objective analysis or objective assessment of this position is, whether white can push for a win, and whether black can hold it or not. Big surprise there. Has that ever happened to you, Anna? Have you ever repeated moves in a clearly better position, just by mistake, let's say?
In a better one, no, but I climbed a few times in a worse one. Or I just don't remember that things like that happened to me in a better position.
One of the rules of chess, if the players have the same position on the board 3 times and the same player to move, then that basically is a draw by threefold repetition. And that has happened here. And in fact, Yevgeny didn't even contest it, really, did he? The arbiter.
No, but I think that the arbiter checks, and if the arbiter says that it's a draw, they don't really argue with that. But okay, you can also see it on the score sheet. Well, if this game is finished,
I think the scores then, I think in terms of leading this event, I think we have Firusha, Alexei Shirov, Yevgeny, we just saw, Najer, and Sashi Kirin, who won his game. I think they are the 4 leaders on 4.5 out of 6 in the open group.
Here are the results in women's section. A lot of decisive games. A lot of wins by white, and that means that Lei Tingyue is the sole leader after this round.
That's right. So, and all the women's games are over. Round 6 results from today, including that the draw that we've just seen there between Yevgeny and Fabiano.
Quite,
and, a lot of draws, Anna.
A lot of draws, only 2 decisive games on the top 10 boards, so that means only Maxim Vashyalegrau beat Pavel Pankratov, and Krishna Sashikiryan beat Alexander Predke. These are the only 2 decisive games on the top 10 boards.
Great. All right, so those are the results of the top games. And there's a few games still going on. We can see on the screen there Alexyenko playing on there, his game. And behind him we can see at least 2 other games still in progress. So the games are certainly not all finished. But the top games are finished, and we know who the leaders are going into the rest day. And now we have Milan, an interview, so over to you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. Yes, Grandmaster Evgeny Nari joining us this evening again after a long, intense battle with Fabiano Caruana, which ended in a draw. Let's start from the end of the game. We saw here on screen that Fabiano mentioned that it was a free-fall repetition. You seemed a bit confused. Could you just guide us through those final moments? What happened?
Yeah, it was a free-fall repetition. I wasn't sure, but okay, as computer showed it, okay, I agree, of course. To be honest, I had blundered. If I knew about it, I just push one of my pawns and will continue the game because I have a feeling that White has a very good winning chances in this game. I think so.
Yes, that is what our commentators noticed in the analysis so far. But how often does this happen? It does happen from time to time, this blindness that players don't see the position repeating. Obviously.
To be honest, in my career, maybe it's first time.
It's first time.
Yeah, first
okay.
time, yeah.
So, but still, you're in the top among the top players. You drew today. We saw Alireza drew with Shirov in a surprising outcome in that game as well. So, how are you prepared for the second part of the event?
I don't know. Just tomorrow we'll have the rest day. It's important, I think, for all players. Okay, now I feel it's time to rest. Yeah.
All right. Now it's time to rest and then time to push hard. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
And thank you, Milan, for that interview. And Yevgeny, of course, had he won, and then Yevgeny would have been the outright leader, sole leader. So obviously that result absolutely critical for the standings going into the free day. Anna, here we have the schedule.
Yeah, let us remind you once again, tomorrow is a free day, so don't expect to see us in the studio, but we will definitely be back the day after tomorrow on November 3 at 2 p.m. local time, what is 1 p.m. Central European time.
That's right. So 5 rounds still to go. Anything can happen.
Sure.
And so we look forward to taking you through the last 5 days of these two wonderful tournaments. And we'll be back the day after tomorrow here live from Riga, Latvia.
Thanks to all of you for watching, for supporting your favorite players, and just enjoying chess as much as we do.
That's
See you all the day after tomorrow.
And thanks also to our team here with us, our producers, for the show. See you soon. See you in 2 days' time. Thank you.
The World Chess Championship. The champion, Magnus Carlsen. The challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Watch the only Twitch broadcast with live video from Dubai on chess.com/TV. Your home for the World Chess Championship.